working together. If we work together as Democrats and Republicans, we will find the real solution to hunger in our great nation. This, ladies and gentlemen, is our responsibility. This is our charge this morning, and we are going to need help, and also we're going to need the almighty hand of God to help lead us together as Democrats and Republicans to solve this hunger crisis in our nation. And now, thank you. I didn't mean to carry that so long, but this hearing is so important. And now I'd like to welcome our distinguished ranking member, my good friend, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for his opening remarks.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me thank our witnesses for their time and their attention. Your participation in what this committee's first, or at least more fulsome attempt at publicly reviewing the pandemic and Congress's response is much appreciated. You know, I think we have a lot to celebrate, actually, with what we've accomplished in the nutrition space. And that actually started with our 2018 Farm Bill.
Yeah.
You know, what the administration was able to very adequately and appropriately utilize to make sure that neighbors in need had access to nutrition. That authorization came through our hard work, specifically in that 2018 Farm Bill, the most recent edition, obviously the 18 Farm Bill. But it also, as members in 2020, I think it's the members in this committee room, the members of our committee, Republicans and Democrats, who worked in a bipartisan way on 5 CARES bills, the most last one in 2020 being signed, that we passed on December 21st, signed by President Trump on December 27th. Those really took advantage of the authorization we provided in the Farm Bill, and we were able to appropriate in order to meet the needs of our neighbors in needs. Under the conditions of this specific, I know we call it a pandemic, quite frankly, it was a plague.
Yeah.
That plagued our families, our business, our communities. So this pandemic has infiltrated our lives in every sense possible. Unfortunately, the brunt of it was borne on our communities, and in particular, families already living paycheck to paycheck. In too many instances, arrogant career politicians issued statewide indiscriminate edicts forcing businesses and schools to shut their doors, plummeting our communities into a deep recession. And at the end of the pandemic, as the end of the pandemic nears, I hope we can use today to discuss what worked, what needs improvement, and ways to provide these families with more holistic services, particularly as they engage in a post-pandemic economy that will look somewhat wildly different. The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, currently provides nutrition assistance to 43 million individuals with an average individual benefit of $183. Total SNAP-related spending in FY 2020 was $78.9 billion, which includes benefits, administration, nutrition education, employment and training, and program integrity. And of that, $78.9 billion of the $78.9 billion, $74.2 billion was solely for benefits. By way of the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, and the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021, more than $37.8 billion has been appropriated to respond to the supplemental nutrition assistance needs of our communities. This monumental response is in addition to the more than $7.7 billion per month in standard SNAP benefits. Beyond direct funding from Congress, the former and the current administrations have issued more than 4,000 administrative waivers to the states. These waivers impact operations related to the program eligibility, distribution of benefits, employment training, and more. these facts are startling. Combined with the myriad of social service policies, including those found in the short-sighted, outrageously naive American Rescue Plan, we are in the midst of our nation's second largest expansion of entitlements. Now, unsurprisingly, leading economists and Wall Street analysts have said key parts of the bill are poorly targeted to the specific needs of the crisis. While my colleagues would like nothing more than for me to focus on their charade, I'm going to leave that conversation for another hearing. Today, it's about the response. The witnesses before us are everyday heroes. These are the folks who responded without hesitation to the needs of their communities, infested by a pandemic that took the lives of hundreds of thousands of our friends, neighbors, and family members. Whether it be the farmer who chose to donate their crop or the food bank who opened additional sites to be more accommodating, the witnesses before us and every single person who helps keep these entities operational deserve our thanks and our sincere appreciation, Mr. Chairman. We're so appreciative of them. And while the department is not represented in today's hearing, I must give them my accolades as well, particularly the former administration. Like it or lump it, the bulk of the response originated in the last Congress under President Trump. Quick-thinking folks implemented pandemic EBT and the Farmers to Families Food Box Program, two projects that remain remarkably beneficial to families in need. The later continues to fall victim to inconceivable criticism, and there is always room for more solutions to the needs of our nation. The Farmers to Families Food Box Program has opened eligibility, making certain anyone and everyone in need, regardless of status, income, or household size, has supplementary access to nutritious foods that run the gamut from fruits and vegetables to meat and to dairy. I would say some of the most nutritional foods that we could ever provide through our nutrition programs. This program has provided more than 143 million boxes to households across the United States. And with this program, farmers were able to redirect their products, and American workers were able to sustain their employment or join new ventures, all to ensure fresh foods found their way into the homes of millions. Now, regardless of the cherry-picked hiccups this committee has heard about over the summer, the program has worked exactly as intended. And with that, my thanks to the witnesses once again for their participation, and I trust that Chairman Scott will continue to host additional oversight hearings across all programs and constituencies germane to this pandemic response. And with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ranking Member, and your comments were, as usual, excellent and well prepared and well delivered.
You're very kind.
Thank you. As chairman, I would request that other members submit their opening statements for the record so witnesses may begin their testimony and to ensure that there is ample time for questions. Once again, I would like to welcome all of our witnesses and thank you for being here. And I echo the ranking member's comments about our witnesses this morning. And I hope that people all across this country who are watching this hearing, tuning in, to please call a friend or neighbor and let them hear. Because the only way we're going to be able to respond to this hunger crisis is to listen, to learn from the people who are out there dealing with it every day. And our first witness is certainly exemplary of that. Our first witness, and I'm so pleased to welcome, is Mr. Kyle Wade. Please let me tell you of my own personal relationship with Mr. Wade. When we had a crisis in terms of helping to get food out as well as the pandemic testing. He joined with me as a partner, and we were able to get food at Mondays Mill High School in Clayton County, where we fed over 6,000 people and tested them, saved their lives, and delivered food to them. And Ranking Member Thompson, I might say, our good friend, yours and mine, Sonny Perdue, who was Agriculture Secretary there, he was out there with me and Kyle Wade delivering baskets of food. And that's why I say this is truly a bipartisan venture. And so let me tell you just a little bit about Kyle Wade. He has been and is the president and the CEO of the Atlanta Community Food Bank. And he has served in that capacity for the last 5 years, going into his 6th year. He started as CEO and president ever since 2015. And he also serves as the chairman of the Southeast Regional Cooperative, and he is also the vice chair of the Georgia Food Bank Association. Prior to his role as CEO and president, Mr. Wade served as the food bank's vice president of partner operations. And he has truly been my partner in what we're doing and going into the communities, bringing the food, bringing the vaccine so we can get this behind us. Our second witness, who I'm pleased to be able to invite to join us today, is another great good friend, Zippy Duvall. I just love that name. I'd love to say it. It's probably you can tell from the way I'm saying it. Zippy Duvall. Zippy is president of the American Farm Bureau Federation. And Mr. Duvall has served as president of the Farm Bureau since 2016. And he is a third-generation farmer from Georgia. He owns a beef cow herd. He raises broiler chickens, and he grows hay. What a farmer. Prior to serving as the AFBF president, Zippy Duvall was president of the Georgia Farm Bureau and served on the Farm Bureau's board of directors. And we're so delighted to have you with us, Zippy. Our third witness is Mr. Max McBriar. And Mr. McBriar has been with Racetrack Petroleum for 29 years. And he has served as the CEO since 2019. And prior to his current role, he served as the Chief Financial Officer and Chief Supply Officer. He was born and raised in Georgia, and he owns and is the Chief Executive Officer of over 500 racetrack convenience store operations. Great to have you with us. Next, we will hear from Mr. Ron Edenfield, another great friend who has been an exemplary leader as a leader in the grocery side, grocery store ownership side of our agriculture and food industry. Mr. Edenfield is the president and CEO of Wayfield Foods, Inc. He co-founded Wayfield Foods in 1982 and now owns 9 locations across the metro Atlanta area. Mr. Edenfield also serves on the Food Industry Association's Board of Directors and previously served on the Board of Directors for the Georgia Food Industry Association. As I said, what a stellar panel we've got to deal with this emergency issue. Next, and now I want to introduce our next witness. I want to make sure. Excuse me. Oh, thank you. Now I need this one. The fourth. The fourth one.
The fourth one is at the bottom, that's page 10.
Oh, Mr. Edenfield, yeah.
And then this is the last
Oh, okay. And who is going to do the other one? Okay, good. Thank you. And now, to introduce our fifth witness, I'm pleased to yield to our colleague, the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Congressman Rodney Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Ranking Member Thompson. And, you know, just like you had great pride in introducing our mutual friend, Zippy Duvall from your home state, I'm very excited to be able to introduce this guest, our next guest who's come here to talk about this important issue today. Eric Hodel is our witness here today from the Midwest Food Bank, which began in Bloomington, Illinois. The Midwest Food Bank operations are able to serve over 500 agency partners across 50 counties in central and eastern Illinois, and many people in my district. I visited the Midwest Food Bank numerous times over my career, and I'm excited to have Mr. Hodel here. I'm grateful for the opportunity to hear from him and all of our witnesses today. And Mr. Chair, I'll yield back.
Well, thank you very much, Congressman. And now, without delay, we're going to get started. And our first panelist will be Mr. Cowway, CEO of the Atlanta Community Food Bank and a great leader in this area. Mr. Wade, you will be recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Thompson, and distinguished members of the committee, I want to thank you for your invitation to testify today. The Atlanta Community Food Bank, which I'm privileged to serve as CEO, is one of the largest members of Feeding America, the national network of food banks. Feeding America's 200-member food banks serve kids, families, and seniors in every county in the United States, distributing 7.5 billion pounds of food through a grassroots network of community-based feeding programs. In North Georgia, my food bank serves close to 900,000 neighbors, and we distributed 105 million pounds of food in the past year across 29 urban, suburban, and rural counties. The past 12 months have been the most challenging and the most inspiring year of our network that we've ever experienced. In March of 2020, food insecurity rates reached their lowest levels in 20 years. 12 months later, these numbers have grown by as much as 30%, and as many as 50 million people face food insecurity, including 17 million children. The crisis is touching people and communities of all backgrounds, with 35% of the people that we're serving today experiencing food insecurity for the first time in their lives. Communities of color and many rural communities are facing more severe increases in food insecurity. These communities were more vulnerable before the pandemic, and the crisis has intensified those vulnerabilities. Food banks across the country have responded creatively and aggressively to increased demand. In 2020, our network, as I mentioned, distributed 7.5 billion pounds of food, an increase of 43%. Half of that food came from fresh produce, milk, dairy, and animal proteins from our partners in the agricultural community. Food banks are doing this by dramatically increasing food purchasing and transportation capacity. We are providing financial support for our network of community-based feeding programs, many of whom operate out of churches and depend entirely on the commitment of volunteers. We are working with new partners, schools, business groups, local government, to distribute food in places and to communities where our existing partners could not meet the full demand. As Chairman Scott mentioned, we worked with him and other partners last year to operate large-scale drive-through sites where families could access testing and also receive food assistance. These pop-up partnerships are even more critical in rural communities where we've seen larger numbers of our existing partners forced to close. We couldn't have done this work, of course, without the support from our donors, and we are deeply grateful for the incredible support of the National Guard, which has deployed members to support food banks in many states around the country, including Georgia. Federal nutrition programs have been critical to helping food banks do our work. Food supplied by two federal programs, the Emergency Food Assistance Program, TFAP, and the Farmers to Family Food Box Program have provided food banks with substantial volumes of food. 50% of our total inventory in the Atlanta Community Food Bank since June. Sustaining our response will be impossible without ongoing support from USDA at similar levels. This is even more important for rural food banks, which face higher levels of food insecurity, fewer private sources of food, and as a result, depend on federal programs for 60 to even 80% of their total food inventory. We also believe the successful food box program can become more equitable and accountable by leveraging well-established distribution channels and high-capacity partners for moving this food. Support for food assistance through other nutrition programs has also played a critical role. SNAP is the most important of these programs, and it provides 9 times the amount of food that we provide through Feeding America food banks. We strongly support expanding access to SNAP, which will reduce the burden on food banks, reduce food insecurity, and stimulate local economies, especially in more rural areas. Looking forward, food bankers are preparing for a marathon. While we hope for a robust recovery, we expect to face historically high levels of food insecurity well beyond 2021. We're prepared to work with you to meet this challenge. We have the infrastructure, the partnerships, and the resources to do more. But to do more, we will need your help, especially in the form of additional funding for food. If the volume of federal commodities flowing to my food bank were cut in half, we would need to double our budget to replace it. And we simply don't have enough resources to make up that kind of difference over the long haul. I urge the committee, Congress, and the administration to keep your foot on the gas. Purchase more food through TFAP and other USDA programs, leverage high-capacity partners like the nation's food banks to move this food safely, efficiently, and equitably to the people and communities who need it, sustain the expansion of SNAP benefits, use waivers and other nutrition program flexibilities to make it easier for food insecure families to access food, and doing so will help our country recover faster. I want to again thank Chairman Scott for inviting me to testify. We celebrate the committee's interest in ensuring all of our neighbors have the food they need, and I look forward to working with you on that important goal and to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wade. And your testimony was certainly very revealing and very well received. And now our second panelist, Mr. Zippy Duvall, President of the American Farm Federation. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Zippy Duvall, and I'm president of American Farm Bureau, but I am a third-generation farmer in Georgia. And I'm pleased to be here to offer the testimony on behalf of the Farm Bureau members across the country. When COVID-19 hit, it presented extreme hardships to America. But farmers were left with nowhere to go with their crops, the dairy and the livestock due to supply chain disruptions. And we found lines at our food banks over a mile long in some cases. Our nation's food insecurity was becoming more apparent every day, and it was imperative that something be done. As farmers, our mission is to feed our communities and our country. We were heartbroken that the produce, milk, and meat that we worked our heart and souls out to produce wasn't reaching Americans that desperately needed it. Farmers across the country took it into their own hands to address hunger. Our county and state farm bureaus worked with churches and community centers to help meet the need. And help, we did. In the year of 2020, I am proud to share with you that our network of state and county farm bureaus across the country donated $5.4 million, 1.4 million pounds of food, and 20,000 gallons of milk to local food banks and food pantries. But we didn't do it all alone. At the pandemic's onset, the American Farm Bureau immediately reached out to our friends at Feeding America to join together to call on USDA to help address and break down the breakdown in the supply chain. Some farmers had no outlet to sell directly to consumers, and many Americans had no access to our local farmers. And some didn't have the financial means to purchase the food. USDA quickly answered the call by standing up the Farmers to Families Food Box program, which played a critical role in addressing hunger by delivering more than 140 million food boxes across the country. Even in times outside of a pandemic, strong farm policy, the work that this committee does, is critical and critically important to addressing the fight against food insecurity. The United States is known as the breadbasket of the world. As a farmer, Georgia farmer, there is no greater honor in my book than to claim that title. Yet food insecurity has crept into the rural communities, into our schools, and into our neighborhoods. To further address this need, benefits under the USDA Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program have increased more than $7 billion per month, 60% higher in pre-pandemic levels, and helping millions of Americans each day access food. I must tip my hat to you, Congress and Congress, for making the USDA focus on this need by including the funding in the last COVID relief package. As those who produce the food, we feel a duty to make sure that everyone in America is fed. The greatest joy a farmer has is being able to share his bounty harvest with someone else. Across the country, we have found creative ways to do that. In Montana, Park County Farm Bureau member Matt Pearson started Producers Partnership in April of 2020 to donate beef to local food banks and food pantries. What started as one rancher's idea has now resulted in 17,500 pounds of beef, and they have raised $65,000 to process that beef. And in Arizona, Friends of the Farm used a statewide emergency food relief network to purchase fresh Arizona-grown produce, dairy products, and protein to distribute to Arizonians who were struggling with hunger. Nearly 25,000 pounds of produce has been purchased from small farms. Mr. Chairman, I commend you on holding this hearing on such an important topic. We look forward to the bipartisan solutions this committee will accomplish in fighting against food insecurity. America's farmers and ranchers have played an integral role in combating food insecurity, and we will continue to do so, pandemic or no pandemic. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I look forward to answering the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Duvall. I now recognize Mr. McBrayer. Please begin when you're ready. Okay, we'll go on to the next witness to give Mr. McBrayer an opportunity to figure out what's going on. So, Mr. Edenfield, please begin when you are ready. Mr. Edenfield? Okay, I recognize Mr. Hodel. Mr. Hodel, if you're ready to proceed, we'll hear from you.
Thank you and good morning. Thank you for the invitation to participate in today's hearing. My name is Eric Hodel and I serve Midwest Food Bank as the Chief Operating Officer and Chief Financial Officer. I am honored to have a seat at the table today. Midwest Food Bank was founded by a farmer 18 years ago. I too was raised on a farm and continue to manage a 1,000-acre grain and livestock farm, in addition to my responsibilities at Midwest Food Bank. I come today understanding the impacts of agriculture policy as both a producer and a servant to the food insecure. Midwest Food Bank started in 2003 when our founder, David Keyser, and his two brothers responded to a request to help in the local newspaper. The Keyser brothers saw a community in need and quickly turned a barn on their family farm into a distribution site for 10 local food pantries. They soon realized that their need in the community was greater than they anticipated. Our values and mission remain steadfast after nearly 2 decades of growth via locations, food distributed, and quality of service to our over 2,000 agencies. In 2020, Midwest Food Bank distributed $383 million in food, including 3 million meals via disaster relief boxes. We have 10 locations across the U.S., Florida, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Indiana, Illinois, Texas, and Arizona, and 2 internationally, Kenya and Haiti. We have less than 50 full-time employees, and 99 cents of every dollar is spent for program services. Our business model is simple. We receive donations of food, financial support, and volunteer efforts. With these 3 inputs, we deliver 4 programs. Number 1, distributing food to nonprofit agencies. Number 2, providing family food boxes as disaster relief. Number 3, producing Tender Mercies, a high nutrition rice and beans meal. And number 4, distributing Hope Packs, our weekend feeding program for school-aged children. Our faith-based mission calls us to serve each of our 2,000 nonprofit agencies with dignity and respect. We have just 2 simple requirements for our agency partners. First, that they are registered nonprofits, and second, that they distribute the Midwest food at no charge to their clients. Midwest Food Bank does not receive payment for food distributed and therefore does not create a business model that relies on compensation from our nonprofits. Midwest Food Bank bridges the gap between poverty and prosperity for the people we serve. Said differently, our hope is to serve our food recipients for a season, not for a lifetime. We celebrated the downward trend in rates of food insecurity across our nation in the decade leading up to 2020. And then last year, all aspects of the emergency food system were disrupted due to the pandemic. Without question, the pandemic catapulted more families into a state of food insecurity. Our combination of food distribution to nonprofits and our disaster relief equipped us to serve during this challenging season. The USDA Farmers to Family Food Box Program was a valuable resource for Midwest Food Bank. Midwest Food Bank shifted our resources to be nimble and ensure each of our locations had access to the high quality product. We distributed over 1 million boxes in 2020, and we applaud the USDA for the quick program execution from concept to delivered box. The program injected nutrition directly into the emergency food system while supporting farmers and producers. This past year, 2020, was the first year we consistently received food funded by government programs via the USDA Farmers to Family Food Box Program. As we grow, USDA, the Emergency Food Assistance Program, commonly known as TFAP, is a viable option, and we recently applied to participate in select areas. Moving forward, Midwest Food Bank will continue to pursue 3 opportunities. Number 1, mission focus, serving our agencies with focus on efficiency and excellence. Number 2, nutrition, increasing the nutrition of the food distributed. And number 3, partnerships, strengthening our partnerships with community leaders and agencies to advance holistic programming for those we serve. In closing, we ask the Committee on Agriculture to commit to equitable policies that channel government resources to independent food banks able to meet program requirements. Alleviating hunger and malnutrition is a complex challenge requiring a multifaceted solution. We ask that you continue to bring efficient, community-centric programs to the table for collaboration. Together, we will sustainably bridge the gap between poverty and prosperity for American families. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodel. I now recognize Mr. Edenfield. Mr. Edenfield, if you're ready, please begin your testimony. Mr. Edenfield, I think you're muted. So we're going back to McBrayer. Oh. Okay, we'll go to Mr. McBrayer. Mr. McBrayer, if you're ready, please begin your testimony.
Hello, this is Max McBrayer. Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Thompson, and members of the committee, my name is Max McBrayer, and I'm Chief Executive Officer of Racetrack. Thank you for inviting me to share what Racetrack is doing to combat food insecurity in America. Headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, Racetrack is a family-owned business that has been serving guests since 1934. Racetrack, together with its franchise brand Raceway, operates over 750 convenience stores across 11 states, employing nearly 10,000 people. Almost all of our stores that redeem SNAP are open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and nearly 20% of them are in rural communities. Over 10 years ago, in response to changing customer demand, we embarked on a journey to provide more healthy, fresh, and perishable food products to our guests. Today, all of our locations have robust, diverse food service operations. Food is increasingly our biggest customer draw. Racetrack now sells over 12,000 pieces of fresh fruit a week, and in 2020 sold almost 800,000 bottles of milk and close to 500,000 fresh sandwiches. 10 years ago, Racetrack also began to participate in SNAP. Today, all Racetrack stores and 98% of Raceway stores redeem SNAP benefits. The Racetrack stores alone, we process 3 million EBT transactions per year. Our stores have been designated critical infrastructure by the federal government and have remained open throughout this pandemic, providing food and fuel to the public. COVID-19 has exacerbated food insecurity in the United States. At Racetrack, we have seen this impact firsthand. Racetrack has seen a 65% increase in EBT dollars used at our stores. Raceway stores, which tend to be located in more rural communities, have seen a 102% increase. Guests are constantly coming into our stores and asking if we accept EBT dollars. Not only are we seeing an overall increase in SNAP purchases among adults, including homeless adults, we have seen an increase among students who will use EBT before and after school to purchase snacks or lunch. Racetrack's participation in SNAP is critical because it enables beneficiaries to conveniently access approximately 1,700 competitively priced EBT-eligible products. Low-income Americans often work and shop for food during unconventional hours. Our stores are often the only easily accessible retail food store located in a particular area, and our stores are open during extended hours when other larger food retailers are closed. For that reason, Having Racetrack and other small format stores participate in the program benefits many SNAP recipients who save time and resources by not having to travel inconvenient distances from where they live or work to purchase milk and bread. Congress created SNAP to alleviate hunger and malnutrition. To maximize beneficiaries' access to food, lawmakers intentionally designed the program to ensure that both large and small retailers could participate. This approach has been successful. Racetrack and other small format retailers serve an important role in SNAP. We provide convenient locations for SNAP beneficiaries to access affordable food at any time they wish, day or night. No American should go hungry. I hope we can continue to work together to fulfill the program's goal. Our industry's unique format and business model has been and should continue to be a meaningful asset in the government's effort to combat hunger in the United States. We hope to remain active partners in SNAP in order to provide essential food access to the thousands of people in our communities who have come to rely on us. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. McBrayer. I now recognize Mr. Edenfield, if you're ready to begin your testimony now.
While we wait, Madam Chair, I might just note that to my colleagues, they have 5 more minutes to vote if they haven't done so yet.
Two for One Fresh SNAP Produce Purchase Program with the assistance of the Food Insecurity Nutrition Incentive Grant known as FINI 2018-2019. We see the importance of these programs to our customers when they're going through difficult times. Since the pandemic hit, I've never been prouder of our 500-plus associates dedicated to serving our community. When Georgia Department of Labor became overwhelmed with unemployment claims, we heard horror stories from our customers who went months before they received any benefits. Many are still facing this challenge. For those individuals, SNAP has been a lifeline for getting food on the table and the emergency allotments that increase benefits to maximum are critically important. When the schools in Atlanta closed due to the pandemic, many customers had to quit their jobs to care for the children. Feeding the children became a real struggle for those who rely on free and reduced price school meals. Thankfully, the Families First Corona Response Act 2020 that you passed allowed USDA's Food and Nutrition Service to facilitate the distribution of pandemic EBT to families affected by school closures. Georgia families received a one-time allotment of $256.50 in PEBT benefits per child based on a calculation of $5.07 per day for the 45 days the child missed last year. Unfortunately, there have been no PEB benefits issued for this school year, though we're now 7 months into the year. While the PEBT program is not under the jurisdiction of this committee, I encourage you to work with the House Education and Labor Committee to examine the program and its challenges. The model is a good one. The delay is inexcusable. I would encourage this committee to consider PEBT model for summer feeding programs that are under your jurisdiction as well. I also want to comment on the food boxes that were delivered to supplement families in tremendous need. I know without a doubt that the existing food partnership that distribute funds through an EBT card or through food banks are far more efficient and give parents the opportunity to shop at their convenience and to purchase the best food for their children. Just imagine the frustration of a parent who receives a food box containing peanut butter, but a child with a peanut allergy. Our grocers saw increased sales. We were confronted with a significant number of costs to keep our associates and our customers safe. The national data, FMI, the Food Industry Association, has collected for more than 40 years finds that the supermarket industrial profit margin has never hit 2%. Perhaps the industry may hit 2% margin this year, but for my associates and for many other retailers, that profit goes back to them through our employee stock ownership plan. In spite of these increased costs, I'm proud to say that the food retail industry continues to be the largest private sector donor to Feeding America. According to their 2020 annual report, food retailers donated more than 1.5 billion meals to Feeding America network last year. Although your committee does not have jurisdiction over the WIC program, I did want to share my frustration that Georgia has still not transitioned to EWIC. Although every state was mandated to transition to EWIC by October 2020, Georgia received a waiver to extend their timeline. We're now hearing it could be another year before Georgia's ready to launch EWIC. When we talk about food insecurity, we recognize that SNAP is an important stabilizer for low-income families, and it's also a powerful economic stimulator for the local economies. In conclusion, addressing an issue as complex as food insecurity requires all of us to work together. Phil Foods will continue to work with our partners to increase access to quality food in our communities and are pleased to see the result of this work in healthier customers. I may be biased, but I think the House Agriculture Committee has the right person leading this important work at this critical time. I'd be pleased to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edenfield, for your testimony. Without objection, Mr. Sanford Bishop, our soon-to-be fellow committee member, will participate in today's hearing. Hearing none, so ordered. Welcome, Mr. Bishop. At this time, members will be recognized for questions in order of seniority, alternating between majority and minority members. You will be recognized for 5 minutes each in order to allow us to get in as many questions as possible. Please keep your microphones muted until you are recognized in order to minimize background noise. No. I now recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
Madam Chair, if it's okay with you, just out of respect for colleagues that are going to be eventually traveling here, I'll defer to the end.
It's okay with me.
Okay.
I now recognize Mr. Costa, and immediately after Mr. Costa, I'll recognize Mr. Scott from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and I want to thank the chair as well for holding this important hearing on food insecurity in America. Certainly, it's been a challenge in this country for years, but in the last 12 months during this pandemic, when our complex, complicated food supply chain has been turned upside down, this deep recession created by the pandemic, with the closure of restaurants and schools, we have found that hunger in America has only increased, sadly. And we find people going to food banks that have never been to a food bank in their lives. I represent a congressional district that has a significant poverty. Almost 24% of my constituents are enrolled in SNAP, the second highest in California in congressional districts. Yet it's one of the most productive agricultural regions in the entire country. Such a contrast, sadly. So we need to do a better job of connecting the resources. This hearing is an important attempt to do that, and I want to commend folks. Clearly, it's been indicated by the American Enterprise Institute that increased benefits over the last year, and I do want to commend Secretary Perdue and the efforts that the Ag Committee, working together with the USDA last year, did to put the food box program together to provide supplemental support for our food banks and for our religious organizations to, in fact, try to bridge the gap as a result of the increased hunger that resulted in that. The Enterprise Institute report indicated that increased benefit has helped keep the lid on poverty at about 11% in the last 12 months from going higher. It could have been higher. Mr. Wade, I want to thank you for all that you've done to help people. You mentioned in your testimony that just 10% increase in SNAP benefits is equivalent to doubling access to all food provided through our nation food bank. Could you speak a little more about the importance of the 15% increase that SNAP has had during the pandemic and the importance of SNAP benefits going forward as we provided in this most recent COVID package?
Yes, and really appreciate the question. SNAP as a program is really the nation's first line of defense against hunger. Certainly,
it's
food
our
banks.
Safety net.
It's our safety net. Certainly, food banks do extraordinary work leveraging public and private resources to get much needed food into the hands of folks who need it. That said, just in terms of the scale at which these programs operate, SNAP operates at a much larger scale. And so, as I said in my testimony, if we reduce SNAP by 10% or expand it by 10%, that is the equivalent, that change is the equivalent of the entire volume of the food that is provided through Feeding America food banks. What SNAP really allows people to do is to, and Mr. Edenfield spoke to this, is to be able to use the existing food supply chain, which is well-established, highly sophisticated, highly accessible to people all over the country, and to simply use resources very efficiently to get the food that they need that is right for their families.
I think that's an important point, but my time is limited here, so I want to ask one more question, if you don't mind. Mr. Duvall, I want to thank all of your good work on behalf of the American Farm Bureau. As you know, I work very closely with a lot of the farm bureaus throughout California. Your testimony about the importance that farmers take and the pride that they do in feeding communities, feeding America, I would say farmers and farm workers. We hope to provide some legislation next week that will provide some legal status for our farm workers, but they literally put food on America's dinner table every night. And food, I continue to tell everybody, is a national security issue. Could you elaborate on the importance of SNAP to rural communities from your perspective, Mr. Duvall? Zippy?
Yes, thank you, sir. And it's good to be with you today. It is, in rural communities where the job markets are difficult, it is so important. The SNAP program is so important in those areas. Our rural communities continue to struggle for a number of reasons, whether it be healthcare, whether it be education, whether it be lack of broadband, whatever it might be that brings jobs there. And that's what's important. We need to rebuild our rural communities, make sure that they have the broadband, help us create some jobs there for our people. But those programs are vitally important.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We need focus on rural America as well, and thank you for your good work. My time's expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Scott from Georgia, followed by Mr. McGovern from Massachusetts, if you could ready yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Wade, I want to thank you for your comments on the successful food box program. I was there at the Atlanta Farmers Market when then Secretary Perdue came down, and the thing that I noticed about that the Farmers Box is that's the same high quality food that my family might enjoy if my parents were coming over for dinner, fresh produce and other things, and it's just a different quality than the food boxes that I've helped pack with Second Harvest in South Georgia. And I think it's important that we have the combination for people as we work to help alleviate these challenges in these really unprecedented times. So I'm happy that we're having this discussion and we're not attacking the food box program. So I want to thank all of you that complimented it, and I want to thank the Democratic Party for their support of the food box program. I think it's important that we do anything and everything we can do right now. I want to, Zippy, say hello to you. It's been a while since I've seen you. Look forward to seeing you back in Georgia, NDC 1. And as we talk about policies that impact the price of food, that obviously places a greater burden on our low-income citizens in the United States. And part of it gets back to U.S. agriculture policy. And starving farmers doesn't help feed hungry people. And one of my concerns is how long it takes us to get disaster relief to our producers when something happens. It's my understanding that disasters of the Midwest, that those farmers still have not received any disaster payments, and there were over 200 million bushels of corn and soybeans and other things destroyed through the storms of August 10th and 11th. Zippy, could you talk about the importance of the resilience of our ag producers with regard to the food supply in the United States?
Sure, Congressman. I appreciate the opportunity. Look forward to seeing you real soon in person too. Farm programs are so important to our rural communities. It bolsters the economies in the rural communities, and that, it's just simple as that. When we bolster their economies, we feed people. And you're exactly right. Starving farmers can't feed starving people. So to make sure that our country's food insecurity becomes better, that we make sure that all our Americans are fed, we have to have strong farm programs as we move forward. It is important that our farmers are surviving and been able to get through the natural disasters and the fluctuation in the prices that we see.
Zippy, there's been a lot of talk about the challenges of minority farmers. I see it as challenges for small farmers. I mean, the margins are so thin in agriculture right now, and they have been for many, many years. If things like Waters of the U.S. and restrictions on pesticides and other things that we use in the inputs of our food supply chain are restricted, and the cost of producing a crop goes up, what would the impact be on the food supply chain if the cost of inputs on the agriculture producers go up? Because we all know that the food that we buy off the shelves at the grocery store, it starts with the inputs on the farm, and the next step is the harvest, and then it actually makes it through processing into the grocery store.
Yes, if you increase input costs, I mean, it's going to be extremely hard to continue to help feed the people in our country. You're exactly right. If it costs us more to produce it, it's going to cost the consumer more to buy it. And it is important that we streamline regulatory oversight of all the tools that are coming down the pipe for our farmers to use. They need to be efficient. And you talked about small farmers. We got enough barriers in the way. We don't need to create more barriers with overregulation.
Mr. Duvall, thank you for your testimony. I'm extremely concerned about all of our small farmers out there, the lack of the margins. The fact of the matter is when you spend $100 at the grocery store, maybe $1 of that ends up being positive revenue to the farmer out there. And so again, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate the work of the committee. And just want to make sure that we have a balanced approach to solving this challenge of hunger in the country.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. McGovern from Massachusetts, followed by Mr. Crawford from Arkansas.
Thank you very much. And I want to express my appreciation to the panel for their excellent testimony today. And I want to thank Mr. Wade in particular for reminding us that while the crisis that we're dealing with right now is new, this issue of hunger for many in our country existed long before the crisis. And I think one thing is clear, and that is the federal response, our response, was inadequate then, and I still believe it is not adequate now, that there is more that we need to do. And I disagree with the ranking member who took a pot shot at the American Rescue Plan. I think it is important that we extend the 15% increase in SNAP. And by the way, I would say that not just through September, but we got to make it permanent. The average SNAP benefit is about $1.40 per person per meal. That is, you cannot live on that. A cup of coffee is more than that now. So we need to be thinking immediately about making that increase in SNAP permanent. And I would suggest, I appreciate the chairman of the Agriculture Committee doing this hearing, but we also need to appreciate the fact that if we're going to solve the issue of hunger, it falls under the jurisdiction of multiple committees, not just the Agriculture Committee. And we got to think seriously about doing joint committees with Ways and Means, with Education and Labor, and other committees that have some jurisdiction over a piece of the response to ending hunger. We need a holistic approach to this. And I'm grateful that President Biden and Vice President Harris have talked about the importance of dealing with the issue of hunger. And I hope that we can get some bipartisan support on a couple of requests that I've made to the administration. One is I think they ought to appoint a hunger czar, or my friend Jose Andres calls for a food czar, but somebody who can coordinate an effort to kind of connect all the dots. Again, just like we have multiple committees here in Congress that deal with the issue, there are multiple agencies and departments that deal with the issue. And, and unless there's somebody bringing everybody together in a room, it's hard to have a holistic coordinated response. I also hope that people will support an effort that I'm trying to convince the administration to undertake, which is to do a White House conference on food, nutrition, health, and hunger. Again, I don't want to manage this problem. I want to solve this problem. FRAC points out that right now we have an estimated 50 million Americans, including 17 million children, who are hungry or food insecure. Every one of us should be ashamed by that statistic. We're the richest country in the history of the world. We should not tolerate that at all. And I think, I would like to call on the president to make this one of this administration's priorities. Do a conference on this issue. Bring together struggling families. Bring together the food banks, our mayors, the advocates who are on the front lines doing such incredible work. Those of you who are on this panel could play a role. Bring our medical experts, our schools, our business community, our farmers. Bring everybody who has a role in this together, and let us piece together a holistic response to this with goals and benchmarks to see whether we are reaching those goals and those benchmarks. Hunger is a political condition. I mean, we have the resources. We don't have the political will. And I'll just, finally say that, everybody in Washington, you're never going to find anybody who's going to say they're pro-hunger. I mean, notwithstanding some of the votes that some people take. But the bottom line is, we have to do more than talk the talk. We got to walk the walk. And I think we need a dramatically different approach. We need to think out of the box. We need to bring other people to the table. And we need to, again, develop a plan to solve this. And let us, again, in the immediate term, let's make these improvements in SNAP, this 15% increase, let's make that permanent. We all should agree on that. The benefit is inadequate. But beyond that, we need to develop a holistic plan. And included in that has to be the understanding that if you want to end hunger, we also have to deal with the issue of wages. The majority of people who are on SNAP right now who can work actually do work. They earn so little, they still qualify for the benefit. So we need to do much more. So I thank the panel. I thank the chair for the hearing, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. I now recognize Mr. Crawford from Arkansas, followed by Ms. McAdams from North Carolina.
International investors to come to Guatemala.
Thank you. Let me get to Mr. Edenfield. You referenced food boxes in your testimony and how current infrastructure is far more efficient. I kind of struggle with that as such a broad sentiment, especially for those in rural communities like my district who have really benefited from the program, including distributions at food pantries. especially in the early phases of the pandemic when produce was being plowed over, milk dumped, and grocery shelves emptied. The Farm Families Food Box Program seemed like a reasonable and efficient accommodation.
Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to break the rhythm of this for a second.
Do you disagree with that?
Over time, and I really want to give an opportunity to
Congressman
Vicente Gonzalez to jump in. He's got a.
Can I ask everyone who's not speaking to mute?
Oh, all right. The food box is a short-term solution, and it has been beneficial. There's no doubt about that. But we talk about long-term solutions. A lot of things, and especially when we're talking about the rural areas, and you mentioned rural areas. Rural areas also is where we have food deserts, and a lot of times the food deserts is you just don't have that much population. So, anything that takes away from having a store there, a full-line store to select from, it's like a competition there, and I'm not saying competition's not good, but one of the things I think in looking at food deserts is anything you can do to eliminate that. So, I'm not saying it wasn't good. It was a good thing. It certainly served a purpose, and I think it's a good short-term solution. I just don't look at it as being a long-term solution. And also, especially when it's predetermined what they're going to get in that box. Now, some of the things I think went through it was handled different, but when it's predetermined what family's going to get, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, if a family gets peanut butter and they have a child with a peanut allergy, that's not a good thing. So and as far as farmers, I grew up in farming community, so I'll always have a heart for farmers. As a matter of fact, it's some of the hardest, most fulfilling work there is, and I still, when I go back home now in South Georgia, I look at the farm community and how different it was when I grew up. It's been a lot of changes there, and there been a lot of changes when the food deserts. When I was growing up, they had different things like garment factories and everything to help support that economy that they don't have anymore. So basically, it's farming. And so it's going to create more of a challenge to have quality grocery stores in these areas, especially if food distribution is handling it that way. Did that make sense?
Thank you. Appreciate it. I want to ask Mr. Duval if you have any thoughts on how we can expand distribution points moving forward, particularly as we look at options to continue a more direct farm-to-family link without putting government bureaucracy in the middle of that.
Sure, Congressman. I appreciate the question. And of course, I think without putting bureaucracy in the middle of it, is we've got to go to our NGOs and our local communities. Farm Bureau is one of those. We know the people in our community. We go to church with people that know people in that community that need help. And the people on the ground, just like tending to our farmland, we know our land better than anything. Those NGOs in those communities know the landscape of their communities, and they know where they can help. What we got to be careful of, though, it is not easy for someone to admit they need help. So also we got to be working with the regional NGOs to be able to offset some of that pressure on people to be able to come forward and be able to receive the help that's available to them there. But our farmers and ranchers and our farm bureaus are there willing to help anytime that they can in any way they can.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Ms. Adams from North Carolina, followed by Mr. Desjardins from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the ranking member as well for hosting the hearing today. To the witnesses, thank you for your testimony. It is an incredibly urgent and important conversation. Right now, more than 50 million Americans are struggling with hunger, with an estimated 17 million children living in households facing food insecurity. Over 18 million Americans are receiving unemployment benefits, and up to 40 million Americans cannot afford rent and fear eviction. In North Carolina alone, 1.5 million people currently depend on SNAP to put food on their tables. There's an increase of 300,000 North Carolinians since the pandemic began. And in Mecklenburg County, where my district is, there are more than 150,000 people receiving SNAP, an increase of more than 50,000 people since March of last year. So it's clear that there's a hunger crisis in our nation, and the jump in SNAP participation only shows us part of a larger picture. Mr. Duvall, thank you for your testimony in support of America's farmers. And this committee, we're incredibly proud of the contributions that farmers make to our nation. And we're glad to hear of the great work that you've done to combat, the farmers have done to combat hunger. So I do want to add some needed additional context to your remarks. In addition to the increase in SNAP benefits, which the American Enterprise Institute has estimated has kept millions of Americans out of poverty, our committee also provided a rather large number of needed federal relief dollars to producers in this country. My question to you is, so to build upon the importance of that interconnection, Mr. Duvall, could you comment on the importance of SNAP in rural communities such as those in your home state of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am. I think anytime you go into the rural parts of our country, it is vitally important that those SNAP dollars be there. On a previous question, I talked a little bit about rebuilding our infrastructure that would bring jobs back out to our rural communities, and that is hopefully going to come through this Biden administration and through y'all in Congress. So, but it is vital. We have seen a increase in cost of food to families that are going to the grocery store to buy it of about 6%, where normally on a year-to-year basis it's about 2%. So there is a desperate need out there for help, and those funds are very important.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Wade. In my district, Loaves and Fishes, a nonprofit that provides groceries to individuals in Charlotte, Mecklenburg in short-term crisis, has a program that provides an unutilized perishable TFAP foods to those in need. It alone has increased from serving around 500 people per month pre-pandemic to serving between 5,000 and 7,000 per month. So can you expand on how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected the way you store, handle, and distribute food, and how you've managed those hurdles?
Thank you for the question. I think the key challenge that we faced from the pandemic and how we operate is really in the distribution methods. So rather than ask clients at food pantries to come inside, shop for food, and then leave, we've really pivoted to a mobile distribution model where people are driving through parking lots, and we're putting food directly in trunks or in cars just to maximize people's safety. I think there's been a huge influx of perishable product through the food box program and through other sources of food that we've relied upon significant investments in our infrastructure, in freezer cooler capacity to help handle that food. And then, of course, we have had to buy a lot of food. My food bank alone is purchasing $1 million or more per month in food purchases, about 5 times what we were doing prior to the pandemic, and we think that's going to continue kind of indefinitely. So those are some of the ways we've had to adapt, and we expect to have to operate in this way for a number of months to come.
Well, thank you for all that you do. I had a Kellogg fellow who was in my group, Bill Bowling, who worked with the Atlanta Food Bank. Is he still with you?
So Bill was my predecessor, and right now he's failing at retirement.
Okay. When I saw the Atlanta Food Bank, I looked and I said, "You don't look like Bill." But thank you for all your work. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. And now I recognize Mr. Desjardins for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair and thank our witnesses for being here today for this important hearing. Mr. Duvall, as you know, the average U.S. family spends just shy of 10% of their disposable income on food, while other countries experience much higher food costs and spend higher percentage of their disposable income on food. Many of these countries employ market-distorting farm policies or no farm policy at all. leading to much volatility and availability of and price of their food. What role does farm policy have in stabilizing the availability and price of food in the United States?
It plays a huge role because these farm programs, they bolster the economies in our communities. And as you bolster the economies, we also producing the food and generating the money in our communities to be able to feed our hungry people there. We're the bread basket of the world. We're known that, and we're proud of that. And we should never have hungry people in our communities and across this country. So we look forward to working with y'all to find other solutions to be able to solve this problem.
Okay. We touched upon this the last time you were here, which wasn't long ago, so it's great to have you back. But here in the committee, we strive to be very conscious of how policies may impact the price of food and in turn place an even greater burden on those struggling to feed their families. I'm greatly concerned when I hear priorities of folks across the aisle, particularly as it relates to imposing burdensome regulations on farmers, whether it be for climate change, WOTUS, or even restrictions on crop protectants and provide cost-effective ways to manage the risk of weeds and pests. You share these concerns, and what is the impact on the overall food supply chain if we arbitrarily increase the cost of production on our farmers and ranchers, and who winds up paying for these mandates?
Well, of course, first of all, we need to be as efficient as we can and do that. We need to streamline the approval of the new tools that are coming down the pipe for our farmers to be more efficient. And then, of course, if you raise the cost to produce that food, someone's got to pay for it, and it's going to be paid for by the consumer at the end of the chain. So farm programs play a role in making sure that we keep the fluctuation of prices from going up and down, and our risk management tools are vitally important to making sure that we can protect our farms and be there year after year after year. So all of this put together helps our country be food secure. And now we got to figure out how best to deliver it to the people that need it, and especially during this pandemic when so many people lost their jobs.
Yeah, absolutely, and I appreciate your comments. And I also want to thank the chair again for his comment at the last hearing about making sure that Farm Bureau stakeholders, producers would have a seat at the table when we talk about imposing regulations. And so I appreciate his commitment to that as well. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. And now the lady from Maine, Miss Pingree, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Is she here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'd moved an inch away from my camera. I apologize. So thank you. I wasn't expecting to come up. I want to just thank the witnesses. I really appreciate your testimony, and I appreciate the chair for getting such a diverse group to testify in front of us. So Mr. Edenfield, thank you for your testimony and for your support for your customers and making sure that people had access to healthy food. I really appreciated what you talked about. You mentioned that your store was part of the incentive program to help SNAP participants to buy more fruits and vegetables a few years ago. And I know in my home state of Maine, the Harvest Bucks and Farm Fresh Rewards program have become only more important during the pandemic to help people to access fresh and healthy foods. Can you talk about what it would have meant for your business and your customers if those fruit and vegetable incentives for SNAP had been available during the pandemic?
Thanks for the question. No, I think the pandemic would have been a absolutely ideal time to have that because the response was great. We actually, when we participated in that program, we tried to have extra specials going on that not only did they get double, sometimes they almost got triple what they would have normally got in fresh produce. And so it's a great program. It's as far as health initiatives, some of the things that we do as far as pushing and working with our community on healthy initiatives, and it just kind of fit right with that. And I think it certainly meant a lot to our customer base, and it was very, very, very well received and utilized very well. I thought that we got the most out of it, and the customers got the most out of it.
Great. Well, thank you for that. And I do think when we talk about hunger, and clearly that's the focus of this hearing, but we also have to remember that it's not just about calories. It's also about making sure people get fresh fruits, healthy vegetables, so that kids can grow up with a healthy diet and build those habits. So I know how important it is, and I know that's important certainly to the food banks. Mr. Duval, Zippy, thank you so much for once again being with us. You're now a regular at our hearings, and so we appreciate your taking the time to be with us. I've been working on this issue of reducing food loss and waste, and it's such a strange contrast in our country to be wasting about 30% of the food, yet we have so many people going hungry, and that was really exacerbated during the pandemic, particularly in the early days, and you mentioned that. It was just heartbreaking to watch farmers having to slaughter animals that couldn't get to the slaughterhouse or plow under fields of vegetables, and I appreciate the work that you talked about making sure that farmers could get that food, but sometimes I hear that there are obstacles for farmers who want to donate food or just even make the connections to make sure that food can get to the places it needs to be. Can you talk about that? Have you seen farmers experience an issue around donating or just the obstacles of getting the food where it needs to go?
Yes, ma'am. It's very difficult, when we have a just-in-time system like we do, and then we have something like this happen, it really clogs everything down because most farmers, especially medium to larger size farmers, have a particular way they're going to sell it. They're going to sell it that way, and they do it day in and day out every day. Now, the smaller farmers, we saw an increase in their the capability to sell directly to people, but that's through farmers markets, local farmer markets, and anywhere we can do to assist them to make it easier for them and have access to area where they can use the SNAP program benefits to be able to purchase those. That is good for those smaller type farmers. But yes, sometimes it is very difficult for them to be able to make that transition from that just in time to trying to go somewhere different when the interruption comes in the chain.
Well, yeah, thank you for that. I think we have learned a lot about the just-in-time food system and the food chain in general, and certainly that gives us opportunities to look into that. And I appreciate you mentioning the small to medium-sized farmers. I know in our state there was a tremendous increase for small to medium-sized farmers who were able to sell directly, but you're right, some of them also experience problems. How do the customers make contact with them? And often for things like SNAP benefits, you need to have broadband access so that you can actually use a card, take a card at a farmer's market. And that, leads to another program we talk a lot about, or problem we talk a lot about on this committee. So glad to hear that talked about. My time is up. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and really appreciate this hearing today.
Thank you very much. And now the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis. You are now recognized for 5 minutes. Is he here?
Looks like he's not, so Trent Kelly.
Okay. It's Mr. Davis. Okay, we will then move to Mr. Mann from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for having this important hearing. Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous consent to submit a letter in support of the Farmers to Families Food Box program from the Topeka Rescue Mission Ministries. My question is for Mr. Hodel. The Midwest Food Bank is active in combating food insecurities across the U.S. and around the world and works with more than 2,000 agencies to distribute food. Within the U.S., the Midwest Food Bank's reach spans both urban and rural communities. Definitely understand and appreciate that. And including those that look like rural areas that I represent throughout the big first district of Kansas. Could you tell me a little bit, if you would, about your work in rural communities and how your organization, has adapted and is adapting to meet the needs of our rural citizens?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mann. I appreciate the question. The way our distribution model is set up, we're very focused on reaching the rural communities, and a lot of that is done through remote or satellite distributions. And so we'll take semis out of our main warehouses, and we will work with other organizations, other businesses, and bring that semi load of food, of both frozen, cooled, as well as shelf-stable food. And we take that out into the rural communities and set up a remote distribution so that it's closer and easier access for our agencies and our pantries to come pick up the food. And so we're very proud of our effort to be able to serve the rural community. And it's tied all the way back into our organizational roots and the focus on the farmers and reaching back into those communities.
Great. I understand, you and I both grew up, I think, on a farm and in the production side of agriculture and that side of the food supply. How has that influenced your work on food insecurity issues, coming from the production side of the industry and now with what you're doing today?
Yeah, I think at a macro level, you're born and you're taught from your parents and your grandparents that your job as a farmer is to feed America. And so in the nonprofit sector of a food bank, you carry that heart of that mission with you. And your job is still to feed America. And this is now, unfortunately, families that are falling on troubled times or somebody that has lost a job or whatever the situation might be. It's still kind of that same macro mission that was seeded in you at a young age. So for me, it's an easy transition to go from both the producer as well as an organizational leader to make sure that mission is fulfilled. And then you are helping somebody get fed just equitably and without discrimination.
Yeah, well, I appreciate what you all do. I represent the Big First of Kansas. A lot of, farmers, ranchers, livestock producers who are trying to feed the world, care a lot about hungry people throughout the country in their communities, and really appreciate you all being on this panel and serving with us today.
Thank you.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take my questions. I wasn't here at the very start, and I want to thank Ms. Hayes for stepping in for me. The real fundamental question that I want to get each of my guests, all five of you all are so distinguished. Mr. Wade, Mr. Duval, Mr. Edenfield, Mr. McBriar, and Mr. Hotto. If you had to put one thing, what would be your major thing as to why we are now in this hunger crisis? We need to get that question answered from each of your variety of perspectives, because you each come from different perspectives. But if we are going to get the right answer, we've got to make sure we ask the right question. And that is, if you could share with us why we are in this hunger crisis today, what would be that one major thing in your mind? Each of you, quickly, please. We'll start with you, Mr. Wade.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Great question. I think fundamentally the answer is that an extraordinary number of American families have been have experienced economic disruptions as a result of this crisis, and they were, prior to the crisis, at a place of real vulnerability where they couldn't absorb the kind of economic impact that they faced as a result of losing jobs, of having their kids out of school, and so forth. And so for us to solve that problem, obviously we got to get the economy going, but when people face that crisis, we have to have a really robust intervention system to help people stay solid until they can get back to work and back on their feet.
And Mr. Wade, while we're on that, you and the food banks and Feeding America, you all are at the front of the point of the spear when it comes to this issue of food insecurity and hunger, being the community food banks. It will be helpful, I think, for us in the committee and the people across the nation who may be tuning in as to how do you get your food, your supplies, to feed the hungry as you do. Could you share with us how the food banks acquire, who pays for that money, that food that you all come? How do you get it? And what do we need to make sure that your food supply chain is secure?
So food banks work with a wide variety of food suppliers to get the food that we then distribute in the community. We work with manufacturers and distributors to source excess inventory from those channels. We work with farmers to get any number of agricultural products, especially produce directly from the farm, surplus farm products that we can then move through our system. We work with retailers to get short-dated and excess inventory from stores to our vast network of agency partners really quickly so that food can still be utilized. And of course, we work with government to utilize federal programs like TFAP and to provide lots of accountability and food safety measures to ensure that government-funded program goes where it needs to go, when it needs to be there, with lots of accountability around it. And then lastly, we purchase a lot of food. And that's an important part of our supply chain. We then move that through a grassroots network of partners. We provide lots of advice and guidance and oversight for those partners to ensure they're serving people equitably, to ensure they're not charging people for food, to ensure they're operating safely, and using that food in responsible ways. And that ensures then that we're feeding literally tens of millions of people every year.
And let me just ask you this because you're key, and we need to know this. And so, who pays for this? Where do you get your money from? And what is it that is your greatest need and threat to not being able to adequately respond? Because I tell you, in my working with you, I was just fascinated. But people say they go in and get their food from the community food bank. You're there, you've got plenty. But the question has to be, what is it do we need to do for the food banks here in Congress to make sure that your supply of being able to acquire this food is safe? Because you mentioned people contribute, you get this, but as the economy goes up and goes sideways, where are we in terms of making sure that our community food banks are secure? And do you need us in Congress to be able to provide a way for you all, the food banks, Feeding America, to get more resources to make sure that you don't run out of food?
Mr. Chairman, the majority of our funding as food banks comes from private sources. In Atlanta, 60% of our funding comes from private fundraising. We certainly have some amount of government funding, about a quarter of our funding, and then we have fees and other sources of revenue that make up the difference. I think for us, the most important risk that we face, and the most important thing that this committee and Congress and the administration can do to support us, is to continue to invest robustly in food purchases through TFAP and other USDA programs. If that food supply declines, it would significantly impact our ability to respond in the way that we have. My food bank has sourced about 50% of our inventory since June from TFAP and from the Farmers to Family Food Box program. The majority of that through TFAP. And so significant investments in that program are the most important thing to help us continue to distribute food. And then the second thing I would say, of course, is we need to continue investing in SNAP as a way to relieve some of the burden on food banks.
Very good. And there's so much here for us to inquire. My time has certainly run out there. But I will come back to each of the others in my closing comments and try to get answers there. But there's one other that we got to get an answer from, and you can be thinking about it, and that is our veterans. It is unthinkable that we have over 1 million of our veterans going hungry. That's right. And there are some estimates that it's more than that. I want to come back to that because we have got to make sure that all of our American people are not going hungry, and most certainly not our veterans. With that, Mr. Davis is back, so for the next 5 minutes, we recognize Mr. Davis. And panelists, I will come back to my line of questioning, because there are some very important things here, because I want you all to be thinking about how we in Congress can help you. Now I recognize Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks again to the witnesses. Those pesky little votes they're calling. I apologize. I was a little late getting back here, but I've always been a big supporter of the Farmers to Families Food Box program. As a matter of fact, if you talk to former Secretary Perdue, he would tell you, I bet his here and his staff's here beginning of this pandemic to talk about ideas that ended up culminating in this very successful program that I advocated for, and we've seen, just based on the testimony already, the immense value to every single American who needed these boxes that got them. So this is an innovative program, proved to be immensely valuable, and we're combating hunger in a time of crisis. It's disappointing to see so many people make feeding hungry families actually a political issue. In my opinion, this program is a type of innovation we need and should be the start of a conversation on how we can use it as a model for years to come. Additionally, I'd like to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman, a study from the Wallace Center that showcases the value of investment in this program. So my question to you, Mr. Hodel, your testimony reflects on the immense value of this food box program too. And as you know, the program currently asks that dairy, protein, and fresh produce be provided in a combination box. Is that the correct approach?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Davis, for the question. I would say it depends, and it works. Personally, for Midwest Food Bank and for the majority of our agencies that we serve, receiving them in kind of a bulk item allows us better flexibility in terms of refrigeration and freezer. So when it comes in a combination box today, it limits us a little bit in terms of the turn that we have to get them out to an agency, and an agency that may not have a lot of refrigeration space has to immediately get those into the trunk of a car. That works really well. We had a partnership with Jackie Joyner Kersey Foundation where we distributed 500 boxes in East St. Louis. and it went from the truck to the trunk of the car, and those boxes worked really well. But in general, we would probably prefer them to be in bulk so that we could put the meat into the freezer and we could freeze it, and we could put the milk and the produce into the cooler and we could hold it. And it gives us just a little bit more flexibility in terms of the supply chain to be able to get those to our agencies, and the agencies also would have that same flexibility.
Excellent. I know you've alluded to this before, Mr. Hodel, and so have the other witnesses. I think there's unanimous support for the program. We just want to make it better. I do believe from your testimony, you believe that there's a value to continuing this food box program in a post-pandemic era. Give us another reason why you think that that's a good idea.
Yeah, absolutely. I think diversity is key. And so the programs that have been talked about here today are all very good, but this program really is an additional pipeline of nutritious food into the supply chain for food banks. And so that's why the nutritional value of it, and then the partnership that can be connected, and the exposure that the food bank has to the farmer and to the producer to get this great product and to get it into the food bank pipeline. I sincerely plead that it continues because we've seen it as a tremendous benefit to the families that are in need and that are fighting hunger. And it really gives a nutritious option for them to have.
Well, Mr. Hodel, thanks again for joining us today. I hope all is well back home. I'll be there hopefully in a matter of hours. But I appreciate your comments and the comments from all of our witnesses today. And for the new freshman on the committee, I'm actually going to yield a minute back, which doesn't happen often. So mark this page. Yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving us that extra minute because we can use it. And now I will recognize the lady from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses who are here today. I'm so grateful that this committee is holding a hearing on this incredibly important topic. Before the pandemic, far too many families had to make sacrifices to feed themselves and their children, and this crisis has only worsened food security in our communities, including mine in Central Virginia. The realities of this crisis are that parents must make difficult decisions about what to forego and to feed their children, and recently unemployed people are experiencing hunger, sometimes for the first time, and there remains a severe lack of available resources for those who've been suffering from hunger long before this pandemic. I have heard about these issues all across the communities I serve, 10 counties in total, and I've been a frequent visitor because of a personal interest and also because of this wonderful committee assignment to our local regional food bank to understand really what goes into ensuring that people throughout Central Virginia and our food pantries that serve them have the resources that they need. And as an example, before the pandemic, a church located in Henrico County reported that they typically served about 24 families a week through their food pantry. But just last month, there was a line of 125 cars waiting to receive food at the drive-through pantry. And I know I'm telling stories that many of my colleagues have heard across their district, and certainly our witnesses know firsthand through their tremendous work to ensure that people are having their needs met and that we're delivering these tremendous and important programs. I'm grateful to each of you for your efforts to ensure that food is delivered to hungry Americans, and I wholeheartedly support efforts to improve federal programs and their efficiency and effectiveness. And Mr. Hodel, I really appreciated your answer to Mr. Davis's question about how you store the products you receive through the food box. But I will get to my questions. Mr. Edenfield, SNAP Online recently became available for some large-scale grocery stores, and there are currently several grocery stores in Central Virginia that allow SNAP recipients to purchase food online. What obstacles do you foresee in trying to implement SNAP Online for mid-size and smaller grocery stores?
Well, thank you. That is a very good question. For us, and we are we're non-store independent. It takes a little bit more on technology, and it takes more to get into it. And one of the things that I'm still not sure exactly how it works is, there's a cost on if you're talking about home delivery, there's an extra cost there, and how that would work out. And so I think that I'd like to find out more about this here, and I can see this coming because sometimes there's a real need. I know in our stores there's a problem with transportation sometimes. We even I've seen people that live a half mile or 3/4 mile, maybe even a mile from the store, going down the street with bags of our groceries. Sometimes. So it is an issue. It is an issue I think needs to be looked at, but it is going to be a little bit more challenging for the smaller independent as far as the technology and everything that gets there. And I think we're close to being ready for that, but we're not. And one of the questions I have is who pays for that delivery charge there?
And Mr. Edenfield, I have an additional question for you. I'm curious if you could provide your thoughts related to the use of SNAP benefits to purchase hot foods. Currently, families can't use SNAP benefits to purchase hot foods. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are on this current policy, whether it might place a burden on SNAP participants who visit grocery stores like yours, and who might need additional flexibility. That was a little bit of a leading question, which I admit, but I am curious about your comments on this, sir.
Well, there's mixed emotions on this here because that spreads out. When you talk about hot foods, I guess it can be so many different things. Most of the hot foods in most grocery stores are pretty economical. You can get a rotisserie chicken at a pretty low cost. I would have mixed opinions on it because sometimes I guess it would open the door maybe for other things, but at the same time, the example on the rotisserie chicken, while it can't be bought hot, it can be cooked today and refrigerated and bought the next day cold. So it can be a little confusing. A very good question. And
that's a very good example, sir. I appreciate that very much. Well, and thank you.
It would take a lot of work, a lot of talking to go over this here, a lot of discussion.
In terms of delineating what elements and portions of your store or other stores would be eligible for it. That makes sense. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Edenfield. Thank you to the other witnesses. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Ms. Spanberger. And now I will recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Rick Allen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I want to thank you for hosting this hearing today and hearings on these important matters as we go forward. One of the things that, that we hear every time we get together and talk about hunger is the number of people who go to bed, particularly children, hungry at night and when they go to bed, and then we have other folks who are not getting the food supply that they need. Yet when you look at the amount that our farmers are producing, I mean, it's 120%, plus we export 25% of the food produced here. I think we need to go from the source. In other words, let's find the children that are going to bed hungry, and let's find out what the root of the problem is there. That should not happen in this country. I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. We need to go directly there and work backwards and see how is the most efficient way to make sure they don't go to bed hungry. Now, I was very proud of the folks in my district who provided breakfast and lunch and their snack pack for every child in my district. No child should have gone hungry in the 12th District of Georgia. So, my point being, and Zippy, this question's for you. Obviously, we've gotten very efficient. In fact, our farmers are just about producing themselves right out of business. So, going forward, we've thrown $6 trillion at this problem, and another $2 trillion is going to be signed into law this week. That takes our borrowing to $30 trillion. We're seeing inflation, 6% inflation, as you mentioned, at the grocery store. We're seeing gas prices increase dramatically. And as we see this and it begins to spiral, is it directly related to the amount of borrowing this government is doing and the impact it's having on capital markets? Zippy, could you Could you tell me your thoughts on that?
That's a good question, Congressman, and I don't know that I can even get my mind around $1 trillion to start with, coming from the farm. I don't know that I'm qualified to answer that question, Congressman.
How about your ag?
But it can't be good for us as a country.
Your ag economists, have they looked at the potential risk of the collapse of capital markets that our farmers so depend on for this national security and food security issue?
No, sir, not that I don't have their evidence in front of me.
I would suggest that we get our ag economists to look at the current financial picture and the dependence of our industry on government and the ability for government to continue to fund that, in addition to their borrowing costs and what those borrowing costs could look like if we continue. I don't see this stopping. That's the thing that concerns me. I don't see anybody that's thinking anything about, big deal, $30 trillion. Well, heck, why not make it $60 trillion if it doesn't matter? I just don't know where you draw the line here. But I can tell you this, there is no reason in the world why anyone in this country should go hungry. Of course, we know in the last event that, frankly, the processing folks were a big part of the problem. Yet I call all of my processors in my district, and they're working 24/7. I said, how are you doing this? They said, well, we're working per CDC requirements, and our folks are showing up for work, and we're getting the job done. And of course, we've had tremendous efforts from healthcare professionals, teachers. None of this has been easy. But if you look at where we are financially, I think, in the importance of food, Zippy, I think we've got to look at the impact of what we're doing here in Congress as far as spending goes and how that's going to impact our ability to produce the food we need. And I think, your organization needs to get the right professionals together, and we need to look at this key component of how our economy works.
Congressman, we have some great economists here, and we'll put them to work to see what the answer to your question is.
Good. And we'll save that answer for a future hearing. Thank you, Zippy. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congressman Allen. And now I recognize Ms. Custer of New Hampshire for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again for hosting this, scheduling this important hearing. Hunger is so heartbreaking, and food insecurity is plaguing my state just as it is the rest of the country. 1 in 7 people in New Hampshire are now struggling with hunger, and the number of food insecure has grown by almost 70%. Part of the tragedy is this challenge is not new. COVID worsened the problem, but I like to say it pulled back the curtain and exposed the staggering degree of food insecurity that existed even before the pandemic. No one in America should have to go hungry. We can and must do much better. So I've been proud to help champion increases in food assistance in the COVID response packages that Congress has passed over the last year. The American Recovery Act, which we passed and sent to President Biden just yesterday, provides billions in additional food support at a time when Americans still desperately need it. I'm also constantly inspired by the work of our food and nutrition organizations across New Hampshire, including the New Hampshire Food Bank, which has provided 15 million meals in 2020 and logged over 15,000 volunteer hours, all in the midst of a pandemic health crisis. With great help from our New Hampshire National Guard. But it's clear that food banks and soup kitchens and incredibly dedicated volunteers and advocates cannot stem the tide of hunger alone. Without robust support from SNAP and WIC and other federal nutrition and food assistance programs, countless more of our friends and neighbors won't know where their next meal is coming from. So, Mr. Wade, I think your testimony demonstrated perfectly when you say increasing SNAP by 10% has the practical effect of doubling the amount of food already provided by our food banks. And to that end, I've been excited to see SNAP online purchasing pilots launch in 47 states, including New Hampshire. My hope is that these pilots will continue and grow. From your perspective, Mr. Wade, have you seen the impact of SNAP online pilot programs in Georgia? And how does it help reduce the stigma of SNAP and also those who are sick or elderly or unable to get to a store?
Well, I think as an initial statement, you know, for this larger food insecurity crisis, we have to take a both-and approach to the overall issue, and we need more investment in food commodity programs like TFAP and the Farmers to Family program. We need more investment in SNAP and so forth. The solution is all about access and making it easier for folks to access food, given all of the challenges that we're navigating. Online access to SNAP in this environment where we're still needing to practice social distancing, where people are challenged in terms of their time commitments to get to the grocery store, you know, can help ensure that families, especially families with children, can access the food that they need. It's also important for seniors who face higher risks around the virus and who are challenged to get to the grocery store. So we certainly think any effort to increase access is a good one. And with the right kind of controls, we can do this in a way that's both accountable and increases accessibility.
Excellent. And thank you for mentioning the farm to family. I don't think it's lost on any of us that for some folks living in rural communities, there are farmers and producers that are closer to home than the nearest grocery store or in a food desert, a convenience store. Mr. Duvall, do you think helping farmers markets and rural farm stands become licensed under SNAP and able to accept EBT will make a difference in addressing rural hunger?
By all means, it would. I mean, we've seen an increase in people coming to those small markets, and we need to make sure that those funds are available through those small markets.
Excellent. And I know that will be a boost to our small family farmers in New Hampshire. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back with 10 seconds remaining.
Very good. And now I recognize Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Like all of my colleagues, I want to thank the panelists who I think have done a nice job, an insightful job of giving us a better understanding of hunger in America. I particularly liked Mr. Hodel talking about the poverty to prosperity pathway and talking about helping people for a season, not for a lifetime. I think that is a beautiful goal and an aspiration that is frankly, I'm sure, shared by every member of the committee. How do we give people that pathway out of poverty? And with that in mind, I want to talk to all of the panelists about how we help America, how we help Americans and American families move from an unfortunate position of dependence and needing this necessary help to a greater degree of independence. And so you've been wonderful advocates today, but all of you or most of you are also employers. And so maybe you can share a little bit with the committee things that your organizations are doing to make sure that you're creating jobs or giving your employees better career development or just in any other way, really contributing to an economic vitality that can help lift people out of poverty. And I suppose I should pick somebody so we don't have a free-for-all. So Zippy, my friend, if you want to go first, and then I'll call on others from there.
Well, thank you, Congressman. I appreciate the question. Of course, our farmers are all the time creating jobs. We have limiting factors that keep us from doing that through regulation or whether it be lack of labor. But if you really look at what the graduates coming out of our ag schools, there are more jobs available than there are students that come out. So I think it comes down on our end of creating jobs. It comes down to awareness and education of our children that, hey, farming is not a bad place to make a living. And just because you go work under a farmer on a larger farm doesn't mean that you're less of a citizen than anyone else. So we need to put the education out there to our young people that there's great opportunity in our farmland, and our farmers hire them and put them to work.
Yeah, very well said, Mr. Duval. Thanks. And Madam or Mr. Chairman, I can't see the time, and I know Chairman Scott wanted to keep us on. So when I have a minute left, maybe just politely give me a nudge. Mr. McBrayer, how about you? Racetrack, talk to us about your efforts.
Sure. I'm glad and happy to talk to you about our efforts. As I said earlier, Racetrack is a privately held company, 750 stores in 11 states. We are spending about $350 million in capital every year building new stores. And each of those new stores takes 20 to 25 additional jobs to run. In addition to that, we have 10,000 employees. We operate in a business where turnover is quite high. And so we're hiring 1,200 to 1,300 people a month into our stores. We think we are on the front line of creating not only access for SNAP beneficiaries with the dignity of choice of the foods that they eat, but if they are unemployed, we will take their application at our store anytime because our needs are great. We were able to stay open the entire pandemic. We didn't have to close our stores unless directed by government to do so. And we meet people at the point of their need with access to food. We can only do that because of the dedication of our folks in the field, and that need is growing every day.
Thank you. And I did find the timer, and I have just a minute left, so my apologies to Mr. Wade and Mr. Edenfield and Mr. Hodel. You're not all going to be able to answer. Do any of the three of you particularly want to use the last minute we have?
Yes, this is Kyle Wade from the Atlanta Community Food Bank.
Thank you.
I think our view about how we are trying to create economic opportunity for our team is that we believe we're more successful when our employees are engaged, and they are engaged when we're demonstrating how much we value them through our professional development efforts and the way in which we compensate them and provide them with benefits. So we have continued to develop new training programs to help people access new opportunities here at the food bank, like a driver's apprentice program. We've continued to provide supplemental pay or hazard pay to our employees even now, 12 months after the onset of the pandemic. We have a minimum salary at the food bank of $15 an hour. We provide extensive health benefits, and we think it's critically important for us to retain our employees and keep them engaged for us to be successful. I think those practices, if practiced broadly by the private sector, can really benefit lower income workers who face the brunt of food insecurity, not just during times of crisis, but all the time.
Mr. Wade, well said. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congressman Johnson. And now I will recognize Ms. Hayes from Connecticut for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today and for holding this incredibly important hearing on food insecurity. Every community in our country has seen the impact of astronomical hunger over the past year. Nationally, we've heard that food insecurity could be impacting as many as 50 million Americans, including 17 million children. That number is so large that it's almost inconceivable. To put it in perspective, it's about 13 times the population of the state of Connecticut. Yesterday, in Congress, we passed the historic American Rescue Plan to begin to address this crisis by continuing the crucial 15% increase to SNAP, bolstering SNAP online purchasing programs, and supporting critical child nutrition programs like WIC, Pandemic EBT, and providing needed funds to ensure seniors have regular nutritious meals. As the chair of the NODO subcommittee, I intend to continue lifting up this vitally important work and improvements to federal nutrition programs and working with the ranking member and the subcommittee members to address hunger before it strikes. My question today is for Mr. Wade. There's a misconception about the type of person who typically struggles with food insecurity. In your testimony, you described increased demand at the Atlanta Food Bank due to the pandemic. Can you speak to the demographics and the changing demographics of the clients you have served throughout the past year?
Well, thank you for the question. I think, first of all, this food insecurity crisis that has been exacerbated by the pandemic has really touched all communities far and wide, and we've seen a dramatic increase in the number of people who are experiencing food insecurity for the first time, who are coming to food pantries for the first time. 35 to 40% of the people that we're serving are doing so for the first time in their lives. That said, we also know that communities that were already vulnerable prior to the pandemic have experienced this rise in food insecurity more severely. So communities of color, especially Black and Latinx communities, have disproportionately experienced these challenges. We know that rural communities have as well. And fundamentally, it is a challenge facing families who typically work in lower income, lower wage jobs. Our prototypical client base, our client household, is a family with kids where somebody is working or trying to get back to work, and simply they cannot make the math work in their day-to-day lives. The long-term solution to that is how do we create more economic opportunity for those families while providing them the supports they need to establish themselves in higher-paying jobs and opportunities.
Thank you. I think that's a very important point to make. Many of the people who we've seen visiting our food banks are people who are working a job and just trying to make ends meet, and they can't get the bottom line to balance out. Mr. Wade, how would you describe the influx of funding, commodities, and waivers from the COVID relief packages? How have they bolstered your ability at the Atlanta Food Bank and other community organizations to combat hunger in Georgia? And how do you think Congress can continue to build on the progress that we've made thus far?
So we could not have done what we have done without the support of those federal programs. Our food bank is distributing 65% more food today than we did prior to the pandemic. We will complete this fiscal year having distributed close to 120 million pounds of food, and the funding that we've also received, not just through federal programs, but through generous philanthropic support from the private sector, have allowed us to respond so aggressively. We know that this crisis is not going to be over anytime soon. That we expect higher levels of food insecurity well beyond 2021. And so for us to continue to respond to this elevated level of demand, we need ongoing access to food support from federal programs. For us, the TFAP program has been critically important. This is product that we have a well-established supply chain for accessing and distributing. The Farmers to Food Box program has also been critically important, and we support finding ways to sustain that program while making important improvements. I think the improvements that we would recommend around the food box program are really making it more long-term sustainable and improving some of the execution around the program. There's a lot of churn in the distributors that are selected to operate the program, meaning we're reinventing the supply chain with each new round of funding. We're also engaging a lot of partners who don't have real experience in this work, and we would urge the USDA and the committee to consider making changes to the food box program so that it operates more like TFAP with the kind of accountability measures that are in place there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wade. I'm sorry, my time has expired. Thank you. I'm sorry. My time has expired, but that's very helpful. Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I want to just to apologize to my colleague, Mr. Desjardins, for the mispronunciation of his name earlier. I now recognize Mr. Moore from Alabama, followed by Ms. Bustos of Illinois. I apologize. I now recognize Mr. Feenstra.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member Thompson. First, I want to thank each of our witnesses for their testimony today. Hunger is an important issue to examine, and we know that COVID-19 pandemic has impacted hunger in many, many ways. Iowa's 4th District, Congressional District, is one of the leading districts for agriculture production in the nation, supplying beef, pork, eggs, dairy, turkey, and more to our nation's food supply. I know farmers in my district are passionate about the role they play in feeding the world and know firsthand the responsibilities they have. An affordable, predictable, and safe food supply oftentimes goes unnoticed. This question is to Mr. Duvall. Mr. Duvall, at the beginning of the pandemic, we saw supply chain disruptions and bulk purchases of food at grocery stores that resulted in some shelves of food at grocery stores to be emptied. For example, entire meat sections were emptied of all products at many stores. Beef, chicken, pork, turkey completely sold out. For some families, this likely meant that they were unable to access foods that would normally purchase for their families, or had to look towards more expensive and unusual products to purchase for their families. I believe it's important that we examine what could have been done to prevent a situation like this from taking place and proactively think about situations in the future that could impact the regular supply of food products in our grocery stores. Mr. Duvall, could you discuss any ideas the American Farm Bureau may have about how to better secure our supply chain to ensure product supply disruptions don't happen again? And number two, could you also discuss any threats to our agriculture supply that you believe this committee should be looking at in the future, like African swine fever, foot and mouth disease, bird flu, et cetera, that could have potential causes for disruptions as we move forward in our society? Thank you.
Well, to speak to the disruptions, we've learned a lot. I know that all links of the food chain have learned extremely a lot, and we've got to be nimble to be able to change as these issues come on. Hopefully, we'll never see another pandemic, but I know we'll be more prepared for it. But to realize that we really made that change in about 4 months was pretty amazing. The way how resilient our food chain really is. But we've learned a lot, but if you think about putting in things to make the things that we've implemented, it slowed the system down. And when you slow the system down, it's not as efficient and it costs more. So there's a balance between how much are we willing to spend trying to get it there. And it's mostly in processing, of course, not at the farm level. Processing, how much are we willing to spend and how much of that's going to be passed on to people at the grocery store, and what does that do to hunger? It makes it worse. So to slow it down is expensive. Speaking to the farmer, what we can do to the farmer, make sure that food's always there. Our risk management programs in the Farm Bill are absolutely crucial. It's a cornerstone on the Farm Bill. And we need to make sure that we streamline the approval process of the new products that come out there to help us be more competitive in the world and to stay on the cutting edge so that we can be efficient.
Thank you, Mr. Duvall. I just wanted to say, coming from my family works very hard on a cattle and hog farm in Northwest Iowa. And, it was really a scary time when March and April hit. And all of a sudden, we had to make big decisions because the packing plants were closed and there was no meat or produce on the shelves. And I just hope, I learned a lot, but when it comes to African swine flu or bird flu, can you talk how we should be proactive in those areas, because that could be the next thing. We had it with COVID, but now there's other, storm clouds on the horizon that could do the same things.
You're exactly right. When IP came through with poultry, I'm in the poultry industry. There was great communications between universities and state departments of agriculture and the federal government. We just need to make sure that all those plans are there. And of course, I've mentioned this many times, the importance of research and development dollars to make sure that we're ready to vaccinate or do whatever we got to do to protect our animals and the people as we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Duvall, and I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Ms. Bustos of Illinois.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Hodel, thanks for your testimony before the committee today. Last summer, I took a virtual tour of Midwest Warehouse in Peoria and got to meet some of your wonderful team members. One issue that came up during the conversations that I had there was the issue of storage. And with the farmers to families food boxes, many of the food banks and pantries didn't have the infrastructure that was needed so they could keep perishable commodities fresh. We heard this from other places as well. So my question is, did the Midwest Food Bank have the cold storage infrastructure that you needed to keep items like milk and eggs and meat fresh? And as part of the Farmers to Families Food Box Program, did you receive an allotment of funds for storage and distribution?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Bustos, for the question. In general, yes, we did have adequate capacity. Midwest Food Bank has worked hard to ensure our freezer and cooler and capacity size is adequate as we build and expand our facilities. We did bring on additional storage. We were able to purchase some additional external trailers or sea containers. So we added some capacity in the midst. In some cases, we were blessed to do that with some private funding and support. In other cases, we did see some CARES dollars get extended out to the food bank that allowed us to put that cold storage and capacity in place. So like anything with the disruption, we kind of had to modify our modes of operation multiple times and real time. One of the things that we did to accommodate for that was to increase the frequency of our distribution. Knowing our agencies could not hold the items, we would increase their pickup 2-3 times a week so that they could take what they could hold and distribute within a day and come back the next day. So those were some things from an operational perspective that we just had to be nimble and work our way through.
So how do you see that as far as the cold storage going forward? Do you still have additional needs? And if you could even broaden that beyond just your own organization, what you're hearing from your colleagues as far as what the need is for cold storage?
Yeah, I think that's always the prize space in the warehouse is the cold storage. And it varies. I think it varies across the food banks that we have or the food banks that I visit. I think support for the wholesale food banks to have that infrastructure in place would certainly be welcome. Funding support, because we know that those dollars translate in holding nutritious food. And so those dollars really at the end user client resulted that they get a more healthier food item because we were able to have it in cold storage. And likewise, I think the granting opportunities available for even our agencies. There's thousands of pantries across the U.S. that would benefit from additional cooler and additional freezer. We try to connect them with those resources as well. I think it's both at the wholesale food bank level, but also at the retail food pantry level that benefit would help.
Thank you, Mr. Hodel. A follow-up question. The Midwest Food Bank serves a large portion of central Illinois, including parts of the congressional district that I serve. What are some of the unique challenges that you have faced that in delivering meals to more of the rural areas in our state?
Yeah, I think the infrastructure for people to get to our food banks. And so we've just had to kind of extend ourselves out in terms of our distribution sites. But I think it's also the challenge of just knowing who is in need sometimes them raising their hand or getting a good contact with them. What we have found, it requires kind of multiple trips into a region and setting up a mobile pantry. Then the word starts to spread. And so I think it's through repetition and some consistency that is key. But at the same time, making sure that you have product there that they can take home and use, and it's a benefit for them and their family. So it's a journey that we continue to learn, but we certainly have our eyes and ears open to how we can best serve kind of all of the rural areas equally.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Hodel. My time is about ready to expire, and with that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bustos. I now recognize Mr. Moore from Alabama.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question for Mr. Hodel. You know, and we've been told over the years, if you give a man a fish, you'll feed him for a day. If you teach a man a fish, you'll feed him for a lifetime. And, you know, I was just curious. I know food banks have evolved over the last few years, and y'all made some great changes and adjustments, especially considering this pandemic we've been facing. But are we working to connect families with programs other than just SNAP? You know, there's some training programs, employment opportunities. And the one thing I think I picked up on this call is there's plenty of opportunities for people to work. And I'm sure there's some people coming through there if we could coordinate the training, not just feeding them, but teaching them. So down the road, they have opportunities to have employment, and they're not so dependent on us to feed them. And I think that that's a direction that I'd love to see us go. Less dependency on government, more independency for people out there. And so I'm just curious if you guys have had an opportunity to connect socially with other groups and organizations maybe, and through the SNAP program, the training programs, to allow these people to get off the SNAP and get on their own feet. I think that's, at the end of the day, government programs are great safety nets, but I don't want them to be spider webs. I don't want to trap people in those programs. I want freedom and opportunities out there. Is that something we can do, Eric, or do y'all see us going in that direction at some point? And Mr. Wade, feel free to weigh in as well. I'm just curious your input on this.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Moore. We do certainly try to connect those individuals that are in need and to get them plugged in. One of the things that was a benefit during the pandemic, as businesses had to close or do furloughs, we provide a place for their employees to come, and their employers encourage them to come and volunteer. So they were able to still get paid by their company, but they were volunteering and they were giving back to the community. So that was an example of probably keeping somebody from slipping into that poverty level by keeping them employed, but also giving them purpose and putting them to work so they knew what it was to serve the community. And so those are the type of creative programs that we try to be open and partner with the business and the supporters of the food bank.
Well, great. That's a great answer. I'm glad that you did that. I think that sometimes we got to think on our feet. Certainly, I know those of us in the private sector and here in government, obviously in the last few years, have had some challenges. So anything we can do to get people to work and to give them opportunities, I appreciate that. And like I said, hopefully we can start training them to work outside just our organization, but in the private sector, because one gentleman on here said he had 1,300 job openings a month. I think they're hiring people. So, and I know Zippy said he needed some people in the farm all the time. So anything we do to produce opportunities and train people to connect with just the food bank, but the training programs, I think I would be supportive of that.
Yep.
If I may, Representative Moore, I'd love to add to the context here. At our food bank, we certainly agree that helping people get access to increased opportunity through higher paying jobs is an important part of solving for food insecurity. Just yesterday, I was down at Atlanta Technical College, where we were partnering with them to distribute food to students who are trying to access greater opportunities. We work with Goodwill and other workforce development organizations. And so that's really important. At the same time, it's important to understand that these kinds of transitions are not a light switch, and that it takes time for families to make such transitions. And in the meantime, we have to support them so that they can sustain the effort that's required to get the training they need to access new kinds of opportunities. So that's the first important point. The second important point is it's important to also recognize that there is a tremendous amount of turnover in the people who access SNAP during normal times. In Georgia, the average amount of time that people spend on SNAP is less than a year, which means the program works as it is intended. People get on the program as they face crisis, and then as they regain stability in their lives, they exit the program, which is exactly what I think we want for our food pantries as well, is to help people transition out of a place of needing help and into a place where they can provide for themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. I appreciate the input. I will say in my district, prior to the pandemic, we saw a 15% user rate drop to 13%. So, that's encouraging. We like to see people getting kind of on their own feet. So thank you for what you do. We appreciate what you guys do and what you're doing for our country and our hungry, as we call them. So thank y'all so much for your time. I'll yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Carbajal from California.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to all the witnesses that are participating today. Certainly, COVID-19 has forced millions of Americans into economic uncertainty, unsure whether they'll be able to keep the roof over their heads or put food on the table. Under the last administration, USDA and SNAP emergency allotments to bump existing SNAP households to the maximum allotment. This meant that households already receiving the maximum allotment, which are the lowest income SNAP households, did not benefit from emergency allotments. Mr. Wade, can you talk about how this policy might have affected the people in the communities your food bank serves, and whether you think it would be beneficial for those communities if SNAP households already receiving the maximum allotment also receive emergency allotments?
Well, thank you for the question. I think what we know is that some of the families who have been most impacted by the current crisis are families with children. They're sort of facing the crisis on two fronts. On the one hand, they're facing the economic challenges related to losses of jobs. On the other hand, they've got kids who ordinarily would be physically in school and they're not able to go to school physically. They're not getting access to the meals in the school, and it's hard for parents to leave the kids at home to go to work. And so those households are often the maximum beneficiaries in terms of the SNAP program. So we do believe that helping those families have access to more benefits would be helpful, because those are the families that are experiencing by far the greatest challenges.
Thank you very much. Mr. Duvall, in your testimony, you discussed the ingenuity of farmers across the nation and the important role those changes have played in fighting food insecurity. Can you talk about some of the obstacles that farmers faced in trying to donate food early in the pandemic? How can we make it easier to connect farmers who have extra food with those who are in need?
Yes, sir, because thank you for the question. Their markets, a lot of our farmers' markets just disappeared because they were going to food services rather than to grocery stores, and they had to adjust for that. So the farm to family food boxes was a great place to help those farmers that lost their markets go straight into that program. So programs like that and ones that are sustainable in the future that are open to all size farmers. I heard the combination box spoke of earlier. When the funds are slim, that kind of takes the ability for small to medium-sized farmers to be involved in that. So we need to have a steady flow of fund going into programs like that, so that our farmers can be prepared to market to that program.
Thank you so much. Mr. Edenfield, your testimony mentions the partnership Wayfield Foods has with the SNAP Ed-funded community agency, Open Hand Atlanta. How has the pandemic affected that partnership and the nutrition education programs offered?
Well, it has affected it because most of that there is one-on-one. I said one-on-one. We have tour groups. We'll have 10 to 15 people. And so there hadn't, since the pandemic, there really haven't been any of that at all because of the of keeping the distance, and it's just kind of threw that off track along with some other things there. So really, they've been for the last year, There really haven't been any movement in that. It's a great program. I think it's all voluntary to people that come to it, and as far as spending wisely, not on healthy eating, but to get the most out of your money, feeding the family for $10, and planning for to be a healthy meal. So it's a great partnership and a great plan, but there haven't been anything going on during the pandemic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edenfield. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member of the Nutrition Subcommittee, Mr. Bacon from Nebraska.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I look forward to working with you on this great subcommittee and working as a strong team to do what's right for our country and our communities. I appreciate our panelists today. Thank you for sharing your wisdom and your perspective. Now, we have the greatest economy in the world, but yet we need to have a strong safety net that's effective and efficient. The best poverty program and the best way to fight food insecurity is a growing economy and jobs. We can't lose sight of that as well. Prior to COVID, the largest wage earners were seeing increases in income at a higher percentage than the highest wage earners. So we were seeing that poverty gap close for the first time in about 2 decades. And unemployment was at a 50-year low. So our goal right now should be to defeat COVID and get our economy back in high gear. And I think we're on that track, particularly with the vaccines. But that said, we always going to need a strong safety net to ensure the most needy among us have access to nutritious food. And I think out of that, one of our main goals is to have a smart safety net program that's giving a hand up as a primary focus. Helping folks become independent for themselves and their families is an important priority. So, Mr. Hodel, your testimony mentions helping recipients for a season, but not a lifetime. Tell us more about that, and you may have done this a little bit in some previous questioning, but we've had 4 or going on our 4th vote, so we've been in and out, so hopefully we're not being redundant. But I appreciate any statistics or recommendations that you have and how we could perhaps modify SNAP that would help with that goal of making it a seasonal program versus a lifetime program. I appreciate your perspective.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Congressman Bacon. Food insecurity, we've talked about this a little bit, but hovered around 11% for 2000 to 2007. The economic downturn in 2008 spiked the food insecurity back to 15%. And so to your point, the economic disruption really drives an increase in the food insecurity. And so that 10-year journey of progress, we're now back on. So we've got to work our way to try to help fight food insecurity to get it back to where it was pre-pandemic or even better. Our independent organization serves pantries who welcome anyone in with a need, and our clients do the same. And so our clients can change over the course of a month, and their clients can do the same. So specifically, we've had situations where we talk about a hand up or bringing people up. We've had clients that have transitioned into volunteers and even transitioned into employees at Midwest Food Bank. And so you can see the food relief, that support that they got to get their family on track, the ability to be in action and the purpose of working or volunteering, then develop skills that they were able to really demonstrate that turned into an employment opportunity for this person. And so I think that's a journey that we could kind of work with people, and it's individual by individual and it's family by family. We continue to survey our agencies to make sure that we're staying in touch with them and their needs. And we want to make sure that we're providing them the best service, the right products, and then providing holistic support. And so this is an area and a focus of the food bank as we continue to go forward.
Well, thank you. And my next question is to the entire panel, or whoever would like to speak up. Not that everybody has to, but we put in about $40 billion in additional nutritional programming and funds over the 5 previous COVID relief bills. Were any of you surveyed about these needs or asked to provide testimony as we developed the spending? If so, how and by whom? Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I'll answer the question. I wasn't surveyed, but certainly would be willing to be a part of the solution going forward.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hodel. Any of our other panelists did anybody reach out to you about what the needs would be when we came up with this $40 billion?
This is Max McBrayer. We were not surveyed, nor was there any outreach, but as previously, we'd be happy.
Thank you, sir. Well, with that, Madam Chair, I'll yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Ms. Craig of Minnesota.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thanks again for holding this incredibly important hearing. You know, my family and I are frequent volunteers at the Open Door in Eagle, Minnesota, and it's just been extraordinary to see how many ways across Minnesota our food pantries have figured out how to distribute food during this pandemic. The Open Door mobile pantry has allowed the organization to distribute food at more locations throughout Dakota County. On the other hand, the Open Door found that during the pandemic, they were lacking other critical pantry infrastructure like extra refrigeration to keep up with the growing demand. Mr. Wade, let me start with a first question for you. What do you see as the greatest infrastructure challenges at our charitable food distribution sites? And how can the federal government be a better partner in addressing these infrastructure needs?
Well, thank you for the question. You know, what we've seen in Metro Atlanta and North Georgia is that when we can make critical infrastructure investments, in particular in freezer cooler capacity, not just in our food bank, but in our vast network of community-based feeding program partners, then we can dramatically increase access to perishable products, which are often more nutritious. And so investments from the federal government, from USDA to help grow this capacity beyond the way that we've grown it already will help us take advantage of all those great products that our agricultural community is producing in surplus and get it to families who need it.
I appreciate that. And I guess I'm going to stick with you here for one more question then. Also in my district, Neighbors, Inc., which is based in South St. Paul, provides emergency assistance and supportive assistance programs to low-income community members in northern Dakota County. I've heard from Neighbors, Inc. that those who were once volunteers turned into clients over the course of the COVID-19 health crisis. Mr. Wade, you talked about the importance of your volunteers who pack food boxes, organize food distributions, and address other needs. How has the pandemic affected your ability to retain a volunteer workforce? And of course, we're all looking forward to the day when those vaccines are in arms and we can get back to volunteering in our community.
Again, another great question. I think, and the high-level view on that, without getting too in the weeds, is we've been really inspired by the degree to which volunteers have continued to participate in our work. Many of them are seniors and put themselves at risk to continue to do that work. They're doing it out in the community to get food to people in need. That said, in our facility, we have stopped utilizing volunteers and have not resumed that yet, just as a way to minimize risk inside our building. Not every food bank has done that, but that's what we have done. And we were really fortunate to have the National Guard step in to replace that volunteer capacity to help us continue to do our work. So volunteer access is critical. It's especially critical out in the community in local pantries. And we're doing everything we can to help connect volunteer labor to those frontline pantries so that they can continue to serve the community.
Well, I appreciate your testimony today and all of you. And, you know, I'll just add as a final remark here that, I know I visited almost every food distribution center. Sometimes cars were backed up 1 or 2 miles for months in my congressional district and across Minnesota. So, I know as our COVID relief packages have been developed, that the input from a number of us has been obviously received, and we've been very focused on making sure that the COVID relief packages address food insecurity in our country. So thank you very much to all of you, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Craig. Yeah, she's Florida. I now recognize Ms. Kamek from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I appreciate it. And thank you to all of our witnesses here joining us virtually. And I know that we've had votes called throughout this meeting, so I've been in and out, but again, appreciate an opportunity to talk about this very important issue. As we all know, 2020 was unlike any year that we've ever experienced, and I think this program has been a godsend to many folks, both as producers, but also as consumers. So I'm excited to talk about that here today. And like Representative Craig, I visited several food banks in my district and have talked with folks and gotten their feedback. So I'm excited to hear from our witnesses here today. And particularly, I heard from food banks and other nonprofits in our district who struggled at the onset of the pandemic to provide food to our constituents that report that the food box program really is a lifeline for our communities. And I think there's ways that we can further develop and streamline this. But despite the important achievements of this program, I've also heard from several of our local producers about their struggle to participate in the program. The program in earlier rounds of purchasing gave several of our local producers the opportunity to provide produce only, meat only, and dairy only boxes. However, when we moved to the combination boxes, that raised logistical costs to the point where many producers reported they could no longer participate in the program, in addition to other hurdles that they couldn't overcome. It's disappointing to hear from farms within my own district that after delivering nearly 1 million produce-only boxes to Americans in need, they were unable to participate in later rounds that required combination boxes. And what's even more, even as I have spoken to those who have continued to participate in the program, they have struggled amid extremely short, inflexible turnaround times, with suppliers expected to ship out boxes only 7 days after being awarded a bid. So as we move forward with improvements, I hope we can remember that this program is called the Farmers to Families Food Box Program. And its success is determined not just by how many boxes are delivered to Americans in need, but also how many of America's agricultural producers, big and small, are supported through this challenging time. So with that, I'm going to jump into some questions for Mr. Zippy Duval. Zippy, it's good to see you. Your testimony told a similar story of many farmers around the country who care not just for producing food, but also ensuring that it gets to those most in need. And that being said, I've heard from many of Florida's producers about the difficulties associated with the switch under the food box program from a produce-only, dairy-only, meat-only box to the combination box. So from what you and your members have seen, what effect did the shift to a combination box have on your producers who participated in the food box program as a whole?
Well, it did restrict the use of the program for our small to medium-sized producers. And we heard earlier that, food banks really work better when they get it in bulk. But our smaller guys can't do that. And those hurdles were put up. I think there were, we know that USDA was faced with the problem to be able to stretch the dollars, not knowing that there would be additional funds put into the program. They had to stretch those dollars as far as they could to feed as many people as they could. And we think that's why the combination box came into effect. So knowing that there's going to be a steady stream of dollars in a program like that, and not moving the goalpost when it comes to regulations of how you that you have to abide by to get in the program. Set it up to where the farmers can get used to how they're going to deliver it and allow them to produce it. But we got to keep in mind it is a farmers to families food box, and the ones that got hurt the most were our small and medium-sized farms in that situation.
And as a follow-up to that, so I've heard some of our local producers talk about how they came across folks that were bidding on this and participating in the program using foreign produce that had been dumped on our markets. Have you heard that same thing?
I heard that. I can't qualify it, but I did hear that.
Okay. that kind of defeats the whole local domestic produce to our communities in need issue. But so again, and then as a follow-up, so how would you recommend moving forward that we can improve this? I think there's a logistical push that we're seeing on the recipient side, which will help streamline a little bit, that both Eric and Ron have spoke to. But from the farmer and the producer side, what can we do to streamline it to ensure that more farmers, especially our smaller and mid-sized producers, are able to participate in the program regardless of where they're at geographically?
Yeah, we got to make sure that we understand a small family farm. It's a small business, doesn't have an HR department, doesn't have a stream of lawyers. It doesn't have anyone that's out there helping them abide by the rules that are put in front of them to participate. We got to make it simple. We got to streamline it, and we got to shape it so it will fit all sizes of our farms, and make sure that it's funded.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Zippy. I think my time has expired, and I appreciate it. With that, I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I recognize Congress Lady Schwerer of Washington. Is she here?
Mr. Chair, and thank you very much to our witnesses. I really appreciate all of you being here to discuss the very real and pervasive issue of hunger in America. Now, the Feeding America network of food banks, which is the largest charitable food assistance network nationwide, has experienced average increase of almost 55% in demand for food assistance since the start of the pandemic, and in some areas far more. Last year, food banks provided 6 billion meals to people in need. Now, the number of children not getting enough to eat is now 10 times higher than it was before the pandemic. And research by the University of Washington showed that in my home state, about a third of households surveyed are now food insecure. 59% of these households include children, and people of color were 1.5 times more likely to be food insecure. So as a pediatrician, I cannot overstate how important it is to ensure our children not only have access to food, which is clearly the first priority, but also that the foods are healthy and nutritious and varied and ideally local. Poor nutrition is linked to poor school performance and also to later chronic diseases ranging from diabetes to heart disease. So one of the ways that USDA tried to tackle this was what we've talked about a lot here, the Farmers to Families Food Box program. And in fact, I heard from multiple small farmers and co-ops who participated in the first rounds who love this program. The food banks called it a lifeline, and the farmers, as they experienced full-scale market failures because of school and restaurant closures, were really saved by this program. However, there are unresolved programs in the later issues that Representative Kamek just talked about. I led a bipartisan letter with the Washington State delegation outlining some of the changes needed, and she touched on some of these being, kind of involving large farms and not small ones, having really big boxes that were too much for food bank refrigeration systems, lack of notification when things were coming, shipping food from across the country and leaving out our small and local farmers. And many of these small and local farmers were really just shut out in the later rounds, leaving their farm circumstances really in dire situations, despite a really well-intended program. And so I was wondering, at best, the food box program provides this unique opportunity for USDA to catalyze just an extraordinarily effective response to food insecurity, developing, getting food from farms to families. But as my colleague just discussed, leaving the smaller farms out. So I was wondering, what steps, Mr. Duvall, might you consider in future rounds to make sure things like smaller packaging, separating perishables from non-perishables, meeting the needs of food banks might be considered?
Well, I think you've touched on it some yourself in your question. I think we got to go in and investigate what happened between the beginning of the program and what was happening at the end, and fix those problems to make sure that all size farms have the opportunity to participate in that. In any program, when you make it more difficult, the small family farm gets left out.
That's right. Now, I have a follow-up question, and maybe this one is best for Mr. Wade. In the last Congress, I introduced a bill called the Farmers Feeding Families Coronavirus Response Act that actually would be a bit more nimble. It would channel money to the states, and then the states do have relationships with the small and medium farmers and with the food banks. And so I was just wondering, Mr. Wade, can you, have you thought about having food delivered more on a small scale, getting the states involved and distributing it more like the TFAP program?
So thank you for the question. I think we certainly think that there are advantages to the TFAP system that should be integrated in the way that we think about a food box program. I think forward-looking visibility on how long the program is going to last is really important, having consistency in the participants. And in particular, I think the issue you're raising is really important and that Mr. Duvall is raising, is getting great input from people at the local level about how the program can work better. We have a great relationship, in part thanks to Mr. Duvall, with Georgia farmers across the food bank serving Georgia. Commissioner Gary Black here in Georgia helped facilitate that relationship, and there's a really strong community in Georgia of all of those agricultural participants. Speaking to them, at the local level will help ensure the program can be sustainable and meet both of its objectives of getting food to people while also supporting farmers.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the states have great relationships. I am out of time. I wanted to thank you, and I yield back, although I don't think I have any time to yield.
All right. Thank you very much. And now we'll hear from Mr. Baird of Indiana. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really appreciate all the witnesses being here today and sharing their expertise about the food insecurity. I'm going to start with Mr. Hodel. I've thoroughly enjoyed the opportunity to learn more about your organization and the model that you've used and the way you do business. In terms of food security, each and every one of us in this hearing are probably fortunate compared to some on the global average. I particularly enjoyed learning about how your organization is so successful, including counties that are in my district here in Indiana, and through such a massive volunteer base and without a dependence on government assistance. And most striking to me, as a note I found reported on your website, that 99% of your dollar your organization receives is spent on program funding and goes back to those in need and whom the donors feel that those funds should go to. So would you, Mr. Hodel, would you share your perspective on how your model of doing business might be expanded to deliver these quality foods that we produce in this country to the food desert areas?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Congressman. Appreciate the question. We're thankful to be able to serve in Indiana. We have a great division there and a great partnership with Gleaners. And so it's a team effort that we really are privileged to be able to serve the greater Indiana community and counties and individuals. Our model is really built off of volunteers. Volunteers are our secret sauce. Mr. Wade talked about that a little bit, their reliance on the volunteers as well. And so we are tremendously blessed, and we do a lot to train, empower, and educate our volunteers so that they can play critical roles within our locations. Each of our divisions operates with about 4 paid staff members. And so from there, they provide the leadership to then have core volunteers, and then also to lead volunteer groups that come into the facility. So a big part of our efficiency model goes to the credit of the community giving back. And I think that's also part of our mindset of we're serving a community, and we are looking to the community to help them give back to those that are in need. And so it's definitely a community focus that we bring into our locations, and we try to be open and flexible with a variety of volunteer opportunities, as well as a variety of volunteer times. And so, we try to be flexible for those individuals to come. We're also blessed with major corporations that have volunteerism as a part of their mission. And so a lot of our locations that we operate out of have a fantastic relationship with the corporations that also provide the volunteer base to the food bank. So that's probably our main driving force that allows us to operate efficiently. The next level then would be the donated food. Our partnerships with food manufacturers, food distributors, grocery chains, etc. We're incredibly thankful and blessed to be able to have that donated food that we take and we rescue and we bring into the food bank and make sure we have it reorganized and ready for our pantries. So that's probably the two-pronged approach in terms of our model and our focus on efficiency.
Well, thank you for that. And I want to move to Mr. McBrayer now. In your testimony, you referenced the important role that convenience stores play in somewhat of a missing middle for those further removed from larger grocers, which is really those that are living in food deserts. So I commend the efforts your stores have undertaken to provide healthier options and to be a resource for our communities and your communities in providing quality food. So my question really comes, Mr. McBrayer, do you think that there's opportunity to leverage the national network of convenience stores as a potential distribution network? Work for the
Congressman, I missed a good portion of what you said. Would you mind repeating?
Yes, that was a very good question. So, because that's sort of what we're looking for in this committee, how we can solve this problem. So, Mr. McBrayer, did you hear it?
I'm going to take a stab. I heard about half of it.
He said,
Chairman, be sure to interrupt.
Yes.
Jim, you may want to turn off your camera to get good audio.
Okay.
Could you ask that again, Jim? Your question is
Now
good.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I just, Mr. McBrayer, you referenced in the importance of the convenience stores and that you serve maybe kind of a missing middle for those further removed from the larger groceries, and so that really ends up being the people we're talking about that end up in the food deserts. And so I commend your efforts. And so to get to my question, do you think there's an opportunity to leverage the national network of convenience stores as a potential distribution network for helping deliver these high quality foods, particularly to those food deserts? Did you get all that?
My answer, yes, I did. Thank you. Yes, our convenience stores, and I'm speaking Racetrack and Raceway, provide that last mile, which is a term of art these days, to meet people where they're in need, whether it be at 4 o'clock in the afternoon or 4 o'clock in the morning. The convenience store industry is about 160,000 individual stores in this country. I think it's absolutely an important idea to talk with our trade organizations, of which we're members of 3, and say, how might we do this and get participation in that discussion? Because we are the last mile. People who shop at grocery stores, we are not the solution to the whole problem. We are the point at which people can interface quickly and with dignity and obtain food, take home and eat. but we can also provide more as we talk about how we might be willing and able to do that under some type of congressional approach. I would like to say that the SNAP program, as we see it, is functioning very, very well. It is not complete, but there are opportunities going forward, and we would avail ourselves of that.
So thank you. I can't see the clock on how much time I might have left, but if there are any other witnesses that would like to testify, feel free to do so. If I'm not over my time, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, you are, but you have really hit on a very good point, and it's the sort of thing that we're after in this hearing, and we can follow up on it. But if there are any other members that might want to elaborate on this, did you hear me? Did he hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, you yelled it back. But let me just take that just a little bit further, because there may be Mr. McBriar, in response to his inquiry about setting up a distribution network. You see, people have to understand, convenience stores are the lifeline for rural areas. Many of them don't have Kroger's or all the varieties that are in our urban centers. And so I'm very interested in us following up on that. And your question was a good one. And staff, you all write that down to see how we might, and Mr. McBriar, your answer was right on target. And there may be a need that we in Congress can get some added resources to fill in the gaps here. But I'd like to work with, what's that?
That was Dr. Baird.
Dr. Baird, yes. Wouldn't be a doctor there, you know? All right, I'd like that one, and we will follow up with it. Thank you for that. And now I will recognize Mr. Bishop of Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and our ranking member. Let me go back and be sure to welcome my good friends from Georgia who are witnesses, Mr. Wade, Mr. Hodel, Mr. Edenfield, and Mr. McBrayer, and of course, my friend of long standing, Mr. Zippy Duval. I want to also send a special note of condolence to Mr. Edenfield on the passing of Mr. Moses White and his wife from COVID, who for years a strong advocate for grocery stores. And we still grieve with you on the loss of Mr. Moses White. Let me get right to it. I can't see the clock, but despite the increasing food insecurity among our active duty military families during the pandemic, the service members' basic allowance for housing, the BAH, is treated as income for determining SNAP eligibility, which results in military families experiencing food insecurity and being determined ineligible for SNAP benefits. And Congress so far has been unsuccessful in addressing this gap, either in the Farm Bill or in the National Defense Authorization Act. So it has fallen to the food bank networks and other charitable organizations to perform the government's role in ensuring that America's military families don't go hungry. Today, the food pantries operate on and near every military base in the U.S., including Fort Benning in my district and the Marine Logistics Base in Albany. So Mr. Wade and Mr. Hodel, can you talk about the work that your food banks and the other food banks in your area do to serve military families? And can you characterize the need that you're seeing among this subpopulation? And let me just go ahead and ask my second question, which will be directed to Mr. Edenfield on rural grocery stores. Of course, the latest estimates suggest that 1.1 million rural households lack access to a vehicle, and they have low access to supermarkets or grocery stores. They live over a mile away, and some of the residents in my district, like those in Crawford County and Talbot County, the nearest grocery store is over 15 miles away. And so, Mr. Edenfield, you can think about what can we do to make it easier for small rural counties to attract investment and support by bringing grocery stores to the area. Other residents that live in my district, like in Columbus or Albany, which are considered urban areas, they still have almost half an hour from the nearest full-service grocery store. Some of them are hosting pop-up grocery stores and trucks, but this isn't a really sustainable solution for rural or urban food deserts. What can we do to increase the number of supermarkets in our rural and in our minority communities in the urban food districts? So if Mr. Hodel and Mr. Wade will go first and save some time for Mr. Edenfield, I'd appreciate it.
Go ahead, Mr. Wade, and then I'll follow.
Great. Appreciate the question, Congressman. And I think at our food bank, we certainly see a disproportionate number of veterans accessing services throughout our pantry network. We work with a variety of community-based partners that in particular serve veteran populations. We know that other food banks around the state, as you mentioned, operate food pantries and food distributions actually on site at bases located across the state. And we know that this population faces unique challenges that we've got to be prepared to face. So I think for us at food banks, we're serving veterans in the way we serve everybody, which is let's get them access to food. We think we need to be creative as a country, as a network of food banks, to develop solutions to meet veterans where they are and get them the access that they deserve.
Yeah, I'll add in for Midwest Food Bank a couple points of interest. Our human resource director is a Purple Heart veteran, and so we have a heart and an eye towards our veterans, and we appreciate their service for our country. We also provide kind of a holistic opportunity where veteran families will come in and utilize our facility, and they will have meetings around kind of re-entering the workforce and talk about emotional topics like post-traumatic stress disorder. And so we allow that group to come in and operate their meetings out of our facility, and then also provide that physical food service to the veterans as well. So those are a couple things that we're doing and focused on at Midwest Food Bank.
I'm particularly interested in the active duty military people who are usually low-grade non-commissioned officers who have families. And of course, since the SNAP eligibility includes their BAH, they end up not being ruled eligible. So they end up having to come to food banks.
Yeah, no comment on that policy, but definitely a comment on our desire to serve them as they come to the food bank to make sure that they have the food that they need.
Thank you both. Mr. Edenfield, if I have any time, I can't see the clock.
Yes, first, Congressman Bishop, I want to thank you for the condolences on Moses and Joyce. We miss them dearly. Now, on the rural grocery stores, that is a challenge, and it's hard to answer because in the last 40, 50 years, there's so much of that is strictly farming, where at one time, as I mentioned earlier, there was some small manufacturing workers, garment factories or something like that to help support those communities. And now they really, there's pretty well it's farmers and farming and farm laborers. So it's a numbers thing, and it just takes so much to be able to even a small grocery store. So it's hard to, it's still going to be unless something else could move into these areas, or if they could be just a little more population, it's going to be hard sometimes to get it something. 15 to 20 miles is a long ways to go. So I can understand that, but unfortunately, I don't know that there is a quick and easy answer to it.
You also have the issue in urban areas. Has my time expired?
Yes, it's a little over 2 minutes, my friend from Albany. I didn't want to interrupt that line of question because I think combined with what you're bringing up and what Dr. Baird was talking about gets to the whole meat of why and why we've held this hearing. We got to find creative ways to end this food hunger. And that starts with where people go to get the food. Our food banks, our convenience stores, our grocery stores. And we have to develop the mechanism and infrastructure where they are. So let me get some other members in and we'll come back to that point. And let's see, Mr. LaMalfa from California. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the time and the kind way you conduct the committee here. So, well, at the risk of maybe some redundancy, since we've been running back and forth between votes and who knows who has asked what, I just have a couple thoughts here on you know how we're doing things and how we can be more successful. So I was particularly interested again in furthering the thought on the Farmers to Families Food Box program, which seemed to have pretty good success and very much so delivering quality fresh food that hadn't quite been as available in the past, and it's of course domestically grown food. So can we touch on that a little bit more, Mr. Hodel, on how that has benefited the food bank's ability to deliver a good quantity and good quality of food to those in need?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. We typically run with 4 to 5 weeks of supply as we try to look out and be prepared for our agencies. And we were running at that level last January, February, and then the pandemic hit. So we continue to be strong in our procurement. We continue to lean into purchase of items to make sure that we had our shelves stocked. But we saw our weeks of supply dip to 3.2 weeks of supply in April and 2.6 weeks of supply in May. And conversation I had with some other CEOs at food banks, they were seeing the exact same scenario unfold. So for us, the Farmers to Families Food Box was a huge boost. In June, we returned, as that program came online, we returned back to 4 weeks of supply. So we could see very much in our metrics what that volume, influx of food did in terms of being able to supply to our agencies, and then let alone the nutritional benefits. It's been talked about and commended very well. The milk, the fresh produce, the meat and the protein, the cheese, the dairy products, just tremendously well received, which again helps with that nutritional cycle improvement for those that are in need. So again, very appreciative, and the feedback we got all the way through our agencies and our clients was extremely positive, and thankful and grateful for the Farmers to Families Food Box.
Mr. Hodel, would you? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but how would you compare the quality of what was coming in the food boxes versus the delivery of the freshest or the highest quality food in past practice? Did this improve that quality as well as the quantity you were talking about getting back up to that timeline of a longer period of supply on hand?
Correct. I mean, when we look at our metrics in terms of the percent of nutritional value of food that we distributed, we saw almost a double-digit increase with the addition of that. The quality of the food, we're blessed with some good relationships with some retailers and some producers that we have a pipeline to fresh yogurt, to fresh strawberries. So we do feel like we get good quality food that comes into our coolers and goes out to our agencies. So quality to quality, is very equivalent. But just in terms of the overall, the net benefit of the nutritional volume of food that went out of our facilities was almost a 10% increase, which we were very thankful for.
Let's talk about food waste here a little bit. That's really sticks in my craw as well, where one of my colleagues talked a while ago about the number being about 30% of food that just flat goes to waste. And do you find with the food banks that maybe some jurisdictions have health department regulations that aren't really realistic as far as how food quality might still be, even though there might be a expiration date or a use-by date? Talk about that a little bit, please. I mean, more food that can actually be reaching people that is arbitrarily, and maybe in my view, deemed as not quite good.
Yeah, a great question. The Good Samaritans Act allows us to be able to take those post-dated items and to give those out, which again, we're thankful for the foresight of our forefathers to putting that in place. But we do have a kind of a food distribution challenge to be able to identify and rescue and connect where that extra or excess food is. And so that, that's a logistical challenge that our procurement team works through to try to make sure that we are connecting where there is opportunity and where that waste is occurring, to make sure that we're salvaging that and bringing it into the food bank network. And so I think, there's at times on the business side, I would say there's some hesitancy at times to maybe form that partnership with a food bank for fear of the risk that it maybe imposes on them as a business. So I think policies around kind of reducing that risk for a business would be helpful and be additional pipeline of opportunity for food.
Okay,
that
thank
the food
you.
bank network could leverage.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, would you mind yielding me another 30 seconds so I could ask Mr. Duvall something?
I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Duvall, I wanted to touch on with the issues we're facing with food supply and such. How important is it, as a representative of farmers in America, that we have a domestically grown food supply versus reliant upon imported food, and the challenges that farmers are facing in America? In 20 seconds.
Yeah, well, 20 seconds is food security is national security, and it is absolutely essential that we as a country be able to feed ourselves. For example, when we had insecurity and energy insecurity, we would depend on other countries for energy. We surely don't want to go there with our food. It is vitally important we continue to do that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
All I can say to that, my good friend Zippy Duvall, is amen. That is why we're having this hearing. Because if we don't do something about these food shortages, then you truly got a national security issue when we have to depend upon other nations to feed the most powerful nation in the world. I assure you will no longer be the most powerful nation. And I can't thank the committee enough. I mean, you all are asking some great questions. Our panelists are giving some great help here as our experts. And now let me continue with Ms. Axney from Iowa. Is she on?
Thank you, Chairman. So good to be here. And thanks to all the witnesses for sharing the work that your organizations have done during this time of need. We've got 42 million Americans, including 13 million children, who are estimated to experience food insecurity this year. So we all know on this committee that this needs to be discussed, and I really appreciate everyone for being here and for our chairman of making this a priority. As you just mentioned, Zippy, it's a shame that we have food insecurity in this country at all, but the effects of the pandemic have only worsened the situation. In Iowa, we saw an increase of 50% in food insecurity, with over 450,000 of our friends and neighbors struggling to get the food they need. But we know this is an issue in every community, rural and urban. But as Mr. Wade noted in his testimony, rural communities have experienced higher levels of hunger before the pandemic, and the pandemic has only exacerbated those issues. In fact, Feeding America's latest reports estimates that over 14.4% of rural Americans were food insecure last year, and that's 6 million individuals in rural communities who lack the food they need. I'm also very concerned about the availability of fresh and healthy food options for these communities. For example, when I'm traveling across my district, 16 counties, it's majority rural, and I stop at a convenience store, often the only fresh item is truly a yellowing and bruised banana that's sitting on the counter. In fact, these convenience stores are often the easiest place and the most accessible place for folks to shop in between trips to the grocery store, which could be quite a distance away. So we've got to make sure that all of our communities have access to fresh, healthy foods in a convenient and affordable manner. And I'm sure that's something we all support here on the committee. And so glad, Mr. McBrayer, to hear about the priority your business has placed on expanding those offerings to your customers. My first question, Mr. Wade, you noticed in your testimony that smaller and more rural parts of the country have not had equitable access to CFAP products. Can you expand on that? And what would be your suggestions to fix this?
Well, thank you for the question. I think the issue is that the way in which we're distributing the CFAP products is relying upon the relationships that the distributors that are awarded the contracts have in communities. And the incentives for those distributors is to move the product generally as quickly as they can so that they can complete the contract. They don't always have relationships in every part of the country, especially in those parts that are have fewer resources and higher rates of food insecurity and lower access to the kind of products that you're talking about. So I think the solution is that we are utilizing networks similar to the Feeding America network, where we have real relationships on the ground in every county in the United States. And so listening to local stakeholders, utilizing those organizations that already have expertise in handling this product, that already know how to get product to even the more difficult to reach areas, needs to be a part of the accountability that we put around the program. Right now, there's not as much accountability around the CFAP program, around how product is distributed equitably, as there is around the TFAP program. And so we would use that as a model for how you put some of those accountability measures in place and leverage the expertise of organizations that know what they're doing in this space.
Well, thank you for that answer, and that's going to give us another opportunity to look at fixing that problem, and I really appreciate that. That's a common sense solution that we should be able to get behind. So thank you for that. I've heard from food banks in my state that the demand for mobile food bank setups have doubled this last year, mostly in rural communities. Can you inform us on the committee about the successes and challenges that those rural food banks are having in meeting their community's needs?
Sure. So the mobile distributions have been extremely important to our ability to reach all aspects of our community, particularly given the social distancing that's required to operate safely. And it allows us to move a lot of food very quickly. The challenge around those operations just going forward is that it puts you have to be there when the people are there, and so it's not as well developed an infrastructure as you have maybe in some more densely populated areas where people can go to standing pantries at hours that are more convenient to them. So part of the solution that we're trying to develop is how do we make those mobile distributions more accessible at more times, more frequently in communities that are more remote. And food banks around the country are developing solutions around that.
Well, thank you so much. I know we're out of time, but that's why I'm so proud to support the American Rescue Plan, because SNAP also plays a big part of this. And I know the food banks are a great part, but we need the support from SNAP, and this is going to help us get to those needs. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Axney. And now I will recognize my good friend Bobby Rush from Illinois. You're now recognized for 5 minutes, Bobby.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to welcome all of the witnesses today. As I indicated once before on this committee, I am the grandson of and son of two Georgia farmers. I was born on a farm in Sylvester, Georgia, Southwest Georgia. I spent my early years on the farm. And Mr. Chairman, I would also like to say in the late 60s, early 70s, I was a part of an organization that created in this nation the first network of free feeding programs, the Breakfast for Children program. And I am so delighted to be a part of this very important hearing today. My question goes to Mr. Edenfield. Mr. Edenfield, in your testimony, you encourage, and I quote, this committee to consider the PEBT model for summer feeding programs as well, end of quote. Can you please discuss how this particular modeling of the PEBT benefits for summer programs could ensure that kids do not go hungry?
Yes, sir. Thank you. This is something I see very important because each summer, as a matter of fact, I tell my team we try to structure a lot of our ads and a lot of what we're doing, but we realize when the kids are out of school, they're not going to be getting that lunch program. So we try to have is we take bread, we take some of the lunch meat, some of the fruits. Try to have a healthy lunch that's there and try to have it as economical as possible, and it's geared really right for that. And I've thought for many years now that this is a real, and I know sometimes there's other programs, but there's not really a family program where you stay at your house and you have those extra benefits that comes here in the summertime. And so I think it's something that's very important to look at.
Yeah, well, let me ask you another question, Mr. Edenfield. Or any of the other witnesses, as a part of the distribution system for food and to address the food insecurities that far too many Americans are facing, is there a role for cooperative food stores and cooperative approaches? At one time in American history, co-ops really helped play a key role. Is there any place, any space on the landscape in our nation today for cooperatively owned food distribution sources?
Well, that's a good question too, and if there is, and this would be, of course, this is an opinion, would be more so in the rural areas there right now, and they could not. I'm not saying it wouldn't work in other areas, but there's such a shortage in some of the rural areas that would when you're talking about a cooperative there, it's so many people buying in and having ownership in that would help make that work, and so it would seem like to just thinking about it, that would be the most logical place to start a plan like that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. And now you are back.
Thank you, Bobby. And now I recognize Mr. Al Lawson from the great state of Florida. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome everyone to the committee. And I know that there's been a lot of questions that is asked over the last 3 hours or so, but I have this question. I get it down to Mr. Wade. Florida 5th Congressional District is no stranger to food insecurity, and sadly, COVID-19 pandemic has only made the situation for our families even worse. From farm share of Northeast Florida to the second harvest of the Big Bend, food banks and their services have been essential in feeding Floridians. Can we talk about the unique way food banks like yours have been able to respond to COVID-19 pandemic, and how do you think the federal government can better help you all on the other side of the pandemic?
Well, thank you, Representative. And I think, as we've been talking about this morning, the way that the food banks have been able to respond to this crisis is we have really dramatically grown our sourcing of food by buying more food, by working closely with our food donor partners, by leveraging federal commodities that have been provided through the various stimulus packages, and then really growing the number of mobile distributions that we provide, continuing to support the needs of our existing partners, and just working to expand our transportation capacity so that we've got more food going to more places more often to make it more accessible. The support we need going forward to continue to respond to elevated levels of need, which we think will be with us for some time, is certainly we need ongoing investment in TFAP, in the food box program, so that we continue to have the inventory we need to respond. If those programs are not sustained at sort of current levels, there's no way that we're going to be able to replace that volume of food using private sources. So we need those programs to continue to be funded aggressively. We also think it's important to continue to sustain expanded SNAP benefits to reduce the burden on food banks. And we think, as some folks have been talking about, pandemic EBT is a program that is really important, particularly as we think about the impact on families with children.
Okay, thank you very much. And my second question, from veterans to college students, my district is the home of many of these most vulnerable populations when it comes down to food insecurity. And as the COVID-19 crisis highlighted how these special populations are often been forgotten in our social safety network, what recommendation would you all make to ensure our students, even though I know several universities in the district have these food banks, veterans, and I have a lot of veterans in my district, especially in Duval, probably more veterans there than any other place in the state of Florida. And elderly can be served by programs such as SNAP and the Emergency Food Assistance Program.
So I think so I think it's critically important. Our food bank believes it's critically important that as we think about the populations you describe, we just make food as accessible as possible. And the easiest way, the most efficient way to do that is through expanded benefits in the SNAP program. That's a program that is widely accessible, it's really efficient, it works, and is the easiest way to get food to people who need it, using our existing world-class infrastructure of grocery retailers that are available all across the country.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a great answer, and I look forward to working with Ms. Chairman. With that, I yield back.
All right. Now, may I ask, is Mr. Pandana back? Okay, fine.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm here.
Very good, very good. We will now go to you, Mr. Pandana, and you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Outstanding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to all the witnesses for your preparation, for being here for now going on 4 hours. I appreciate your patience with this. I am the last questioner, I think, but I'll make it quick, even if I'm not. Look, I just wanted to obviously thank the chairman for holding this type of hearing that really, with the diversity of all of the witnesses' experiences, shines an excellent light of the issues with hunger, not only during COVID, but when we're not in COVID as well. As many of you know, I come from the Central Coast of California, and as Zippy Duval knows well, they call it the salad bowl of the world, and we are surrounded by fresh fruits and vegetables, but sometimes the people that harvest those fresh fruits and vegetables don't have access to the food that they're working around all day, unfortunately. And that's why these types of programs that we're talking about are very, very important, especially during COVID-19. Every week that I am in the district, I get out to a food bank, and as you can imagine, I've seen those lines only get longer, unfortunately, over this past year. But I think as it was said in a hearing we had last term, food banks, as important as they are, we cannot food bank our way out of this. And so clearly, that is why the importance of SNAP is so important in this crisis. And it's also a situation in which is being remedied or addressed, at least with the American Rescue Plan, considering the 15% increase in SNAP funding, which I believe, and I'm sure some of you believe, will be very beneficial and instrumental in are dealing with our hunger issues. Mr. Wade, I know you've been answering a lot of questions today, but I got one final one for you. You mentioned that increasing the SNAP benefits by 10% is equivalent to doubling access to all of the food provided through our nation's food banks. What would the cost to charities and nonprofits be to fill in the gaps if SNAP benefits were reduced?
Well, if SNAP benefits were reduced, again, if we reduced SNAP benefits by 10%, we'd have to double our network. And so, we're already distributing 65% more food today than we were prior to the pandemic at my food bank. We're spending more than 50% more than we were in our expenses to do that. And so we'd have to go and find the resources to double that again, just to make up the difference of a 10% cut to SNAP. Obviously, that would not be achievable for any length of time. And that means that American families, kids, seniors would go hungry.
Understood. Mr. Edenfield, if I may, can you talk about how the important role of SNAP, I want to hit on kind of in normal times, and as an income support for low-income workers in better times, what have you observed? Is it efficient? Are people using SNAP to buy the right kinds of food for their families?
We find it to be very efficient. We find that if you take and we have some stores that has a heavier concentration of SNAP customers than other stores. And where it's a heavy concentration, there's definitely more of the home cooked type meals, from scratch type meals, whether it's your rice and your flour, your meal, and so many different things, and so there's much more cooking going on, and I think this also stretches the dollar a little bit more, and so I find it to be very efficient and very effective.
Great. President Duval, let me just kind of pivot over to you. Obviously, farmers in my district did a pretty good job in donating food throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. But, can you go into some of the obstacles that farmers faced in trying to donate food during the pandemic?
Well, I think it's just the awareness of where they go with it. That's the biggest obstacle. And when they get there, are they going to accept it? Yeah, I think the coordination is the biggest obstacle.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. Once again, thank you, everybody, and thank you for your service to those who need it the most. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been an historic and very impactful hearing on a very historic issue. We've not had this amount of hunger and food insecurity, and certainly in our lifetime here. And it is our responsibility as the House Agriculture Committee to be bold and to understand this is our challenge here. And I want everyone to know that I've had some discussions with both the Speaker as well as President Biden in the Oval Office when I was there, particularly dealing with how we are able to make sure we have adequate food supply in two of the most pressing areas, in our rural communities, which don't have the grocery store. And I'm so pleased when I heard Congressman Dr. Baird's comments and the reply from our convenience store CEO, Mr. McBrayer, on how we can come together. And so I want everyone to know how this entire federal government is aware of this issue, and they are looking to us in the House Agriculture Committee, as well as the Senate Agriculture Committee, to come up with solutions. So I can't thank our committee members enough for all that you all have done. And I do want to say a word to Mr. Edenfield about my good friend Moses White. Please make sure you give our warmest regards to Moses White's family. Moses White and I went to FAMU, Florida A&M together. And he passed recently, but he was a champion for getting out there and making sure that folks did not go hungry. And Mr. Edenfield and your stores have been certainly leaders in that. At this time, before I give my closing remarks, I'd like to recognize our distinguished ranking member for his closing remarks and any other information you would like to share.
Sure. In my 5 minutes of questioning, I deferred to the end here because I knew that, I mean, it's kind of creates some hardship when we have these hearings on going home day because folks are dependent on airlines and there's fewer and fewer choices. So I wanted to make sure all of our members on both sides of the aisle had the best opportunity to speak. And so let me do my questioning first. And Mr. Chairman, first, let me say I'm grateful that President Biden and Speaker Pelosi have finally caught up to where the Agriculture Committee has been in a bipartisan way for years. Yeah. I welcome them to this. We've been the leader on this, and it's great that they maybe have an awakening of just how important our work is here that we've always done. The 14 Farm Bill, the 18 Farm Bill. My questions, first of all, thank you to all the witnesses. Nutrition assistance requires collaboration between governments, nonprofits, communities, individuals, churches, my home community, a Lions Club, other service organizations, volunteers. It's amazing how many people come to the table, and it's those partnerships, public-private partnerships and efficient interactions between federal, state, and local agencies, and quite frankly, the nonprofits, the churches, everyone that's involved. So let me start with Mr. Hodel. How do your collaborative efforts improve service delivery, and are there areas for improvement to ensure that recipients' needs are met?
Yeah, thank you for the question. At Midwest Food Bank, we believe we do have the capacity and efficiency model to serve our communities quickly and fairly. And I think this last year has taught us, doing more of the same is maybe not prudent, but also stopping and fixing is certainly not an option. So experimenting, disrupting, and trying new efficient channels to market that are innovative, I think are a solution. I think it's been talked about today that there's a multi-pronged approach to help fight and solve this food insecurity. And so the initiative and continued refinement of the Farmers to Families food boxes is a great example of an additional pipeline. So, how do you provide that pipeline to the farmers? How do you make it incentivized for the farmers to be able to sell and receive fair value for their products? And even, what type of reward is there for food rescue? And I think those are kind of questions that can be tackled. And I'm willing to be a part of that conversation, but also I think there's been some great progress in this last year, and we're appreciative of that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Mr. Wade, your thoughts on how, with your operation, how do collaborative efforts improve your service delivery, and are there areas for improvement that we should be looking at?
Well, our entire model is based on collaboration. The food bank, my food bank, has 170 employees. We're trying to feed close to 1 million people, and we can't do that without an extraordinary number of partners and volunteers and donors who all get engaged in the effort to fight hunger. In terms of improving the way that we operate, certainly our food bank is looking at ways that we can operate better, and I think the lessons learned from the pandemic are that we've got to move faster, we've got to be bigger, we've got to get closer to where people are. We're going to need help from government to do some of that work. We certainly need help in terms of food inventory. We need help in terms of sustaining access to SNAP. But we also need great investment and collaboration in the private sector. And we're leveraging expertise from world-class logistics companies here in Atlanta to help us think about how we improve. We're leveraging the expertise of community-based churches to understand how we can serve people with greater compassion. And we're going to put all that together to do even more to serve our food insecure neighbors who need our help now more than they ever have.
Mr. Wade, thank you for that. President Duvall, Zippy, the first thing is just an observation that perhaps you'd think about. I know I'm thinking about it with from an ag, with resources for ag economists. This is kind of a follow-up to Mr. Allen's questioning. I think with the amount of spending that we're seeing, and obviously when there's a crisis, I appreciate quite frankly the roughly 9% of the bill that's going to the president's desk here tomorrow of 1.9 trillion. I think that's really important and helpful. I have concerns over your 91%, but what I'd like us to look at, I think it would be helpful for all of our ag economists to take a look at the impact, and we can go back in history to see this. The question will be, what was the impact on food affordability? Because affordability and access speaks to having proper nutrition, and with higher inflation, that we already know inflation is eked up. I hope it doesn't go any further, but I'm afraid with the amount of the massive spending that it might. So that's not really looking for a response, Zippy, but something I know I want to work with ag economists to look at, and you've got some great ones at the American Farm Bureau. My question for you actually has to do with it was suggested by one of our witnesses today that the Farmers and Families Food Box Program funds were not efficiently used. Now, your testimony suggests there may be a place for a program like it moving forward. And I want to give you an opportunity to talk more about that and what that balance might look like moving forward.
Well, I think, what we got to look at is our farmers always answer the call. If there's a new program out there that's put forward to help feed people that need it so badly, our farmers will adjust their marketing schemes, they'll adjust their production, they'll just adjust their processing in a way to do that. And we just got to remove all the barriers that they have to go through to get there, and be creative in what those programs look like.
Very good. Well, let me just pivot into my closing remarks. It'll be, Mr. Chairman, I promise it'll be brief. They're all thank yous. Thank you for this hearing, first of all. Zippy, thank you to you and our American Farm Bureau, all of our state and county farm bureaus. Quite frankly, nutrition starts with our producers. Two simple truths: farmers feed and nutrition matters. And so thank you for that. Thank you to Mr. Edenfield and Mr. McBrayer. I want to thank you and your team members that work for you. They've been working as life essential employees when other folks have been sheltering at home or telecommuting. They've been working in settings that probably have had more interactions with the public in a pandemic than any setting that I can think of. The stories that we hear, the large gatherings in these grocery stores, convenience stores. It's just I think on behalf of everyone on the Agriculture Committee, our appreciation to you and your teams. And thank you for carrying those fresh foods. Those are incredibly important. That's what makes the farm to family food block so important. It really is concentrated with fresh foods, not just it's good for families, good for health, and good for agriculture. And finally, thank you to Mr. Hodel and Mr. Wade for the work of your food banks and all those that work so hard to make them successful. And with that, Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much, and I concur with you. And you and I were exchanging glances as we were hearing the expertise from our participants and from the excellent questions and exchanges from our members. And I hope that those who have been across the country, who have been watching this hearing, you will go away with it knowing that we are very serious about making sure we solve this hunger crisis that we are in. And I want to just have a few closing comments so people will know where we're going to go from this point, so that everyone should know this doesn't end. This is the beginning of our approach to deal with hunger in our nation. And so I want to start with Mr. Kyle Wade. And Mr. Wade, if you recall, you and I had a conversation a few months ago as we were doing one of our COVID-19 testing drive-thrus and food distribution. And at that point, I mentioned to you that we were going to have a hearing, but I also recalled that you brought to my attention that there might be a need for some language change within something that we could do here in Congress. And I'm wondering, I think I'd certainly put you in touch with the staff, and I wanted to make sure we had responded to that. I think you may remember. You remember that conversation we had, Mr. Wade?
Well, we're in touch with your staff, Chairman, and are in good dialogue around that.
Okay, you know what I'm talking about. Do you remember that? I think well, it had to do with I think some aspect of making sure that you were getting the kind of smooth transition with some phase of your activities with us here in the federal government. If not, we can proceed and pursue that. And I just can't remember exactly what it was on, but my mind was back there. But I want to thank you, Kyle, for that. And I am asking that you continue to work with our staff, because I want to try to find some ways that we can help here in Congress. The food banks, you're a very important part. All you have to do is watch the TV news and see the lines of cars and trucks and vehicles, some miles long, some in the car since 4 o'clock in the morning, coming to our food banks. You are their lifeline. And so it's very important for us to know how much more we can help you and help our food banks. And Mr. Edenfield, with Wafels, I know the history there. You and I have been partners for a long time in Georgia, and especially working with my good friend Moses White and our relationship there. And I just wanted to also let you know that we want you to work with our staff and our committee. The reason we have these hearings, folks, is to bring in the expertise, get the information, and then we in the committee parcel out much of this to our subcommittees, and it may be certain pieces of legislation that we need to introduce, and it may be appropriations of funds that come from these hearings. So we look forward to continuing that relationship. And Mr. McBriar, obviously, you know I'm coming to you because of the great interplay you had with Congressman Baird. And that is something that really has perked the interest of our committee, because Mr. Bishop even came in to that, and you can see the enthusiasm within our committee to reach out to you. You're the ones out there that are in the point of the battle. They come to you. They come to the grocery stores. They come to Wayfield. They come to Kroger. They come to your convenience stores to get the food. But we have a problem of the rural-urban divide, and those fault lines are getting larger and larger, and none larger than our food. And so I am very interested, Mr. McBriar, and you see the members of the committee on, about seeing how we can enhance that and utilize and develop. It would be wonderful, like Mr. Edenfield said, if we could get grocery stores popping up in the rural areas. But it's all business, and they're going to go where they have the large market. But those convenience stores are there. I know. I grew up in Aner, South Carolina, and if it weren't for the convenience store, the furthest grocery store was down the road in Conway. And if you wanted to go to a big one, it's up in Florence or down to Myrtle Beach. But it was the convenience store in Aner that provided our food. So that's the case throughout. So I can't think, I'm overwhelmed with this hearing, with the amount of information that you all have given. And Zippy, what can I say about you, my friend? You're always there, and you bring in such valuable information. And Mr. Eric Hotto with the Midwest Food Banks, your comments and your participation was great. And so I come to the end of this hearing, but believe you me, this is the beginning of our work to make sure that we will not have this hunger crisis much longer. I commit this committee to doing that. Our staff is committed. So I just want you all to stay in touch with us, and we will come out with that. And I might mention also what we want to do. We wanted to get a series of these hearings in and bring in so we would know what to do. The next hearing, as you know, will be on the status of the black farmers, and we will have that on the 25th. So that's 2 weeks away. And then the rural development, as I said, Ranking Member, you and I said we would work together on rural development. And that hearing is scheduled for right after that, after the Black Farmers hearing, so we can get that. And then, for those of you who might know, our staff then goes to work, pulls the subcommittee hearings together with all our subcommittees so we can parcel out the work ahead. And each member and each subcommittee will have their responsibilities. So, with that, I turn to my wonderful staff. Is there anything else we need to mention before I close out? We're good. Except one thing, to say thank you to our wonderful staff who's done a good job. And you're part of the staff as well. We got two staffs. Congressman Thompson has a staff, I have a staff, and don't they work together good?
They do a great job.
Let's give them a hand, Joe. All right. So we see the two chairmen, ranking member and the chairman giving them a hand. Thank you all. It's been wonderful. God bless all of you. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.